Cultivation Online audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 161, Stairway to Heaven. I see. Thank you for telling me about this. I might have rushed my judgment if it were not for you, Feng Feng. If the 7 legacy families are truly such nasty people, then I'd rather stay away from them, Yuan said afterward. As for disciple Min, maybe I can help her achieve her dreams without needing me to join her family. How does one even travel to the upper heavens, anyway? I know of the stairway to heaven, but are there any other methods one can use to travel to the upper heavens? Yuan asked a moment later. Indeed, the stairway to heaven is only one of multiple methods, and it's even the second most difficult method, but despite that, it's the most used method by cultivators since the other methods are somewhat unrealistic. Feng Yuxiang said, and she continued, the first method, as most people know, would be to break through the Spirit Grandmaster realm and become a Spirit Lord. Once that happens, you will be able to access the stairway to heaven and ascend the staircase without needing to clear the trials, as you have already qualified to ascend with your cultivation. For our second method, as you know, would be to challenge the stairway to heaven and attempt to clear the trials to gain recognition and the qualifications to ascend. This is the most commonly used method simply because this allows cultivators who have not reached the Spirit Lord realm to ascend to the upper heavens. Of course, it's not an easy thing to achieve, and only a couple of cultivators will manage to pass the trials and ascend to the next realm every 100 years. As for the third and final method, while this is technically the easiest way to ascend, it's also the most unrealistic method, as it requires someone from the upper heavens to come down to the lower heavens and take you to the upper heavens. This is something only the 7 legacy families and the 4 ancient families can achieve, as they have families in the upper heavens. However, even if they can do such a thing, it requires a tremendous amount of resources for someone in the upper heavens to come down to the lower heavens. Hence, why they only do that once in a blue moon when they have someone extremely talented. I see, Yuan mumbled, as he obtained a firm understanding regarding the upper heavens and the stairway to heaven. Sometime later, Yuan said, I'm going to log off now. Too many things have happened today, and I need some rest. See you later, young master. Follow current novels on LitNovelPub.com. Goodbye, Brother Yuan. Yuan logged off the next moment. Once he returned to the real world, Yuan took a few deep breaths to calm his mind before he started cultivating until Yuru entered his room. Brother, you probably know about this already, but apparently something amazing happened in Cultivation Online today, Yuru said to him as she cleaned his body. What happened? Yuan asked her. Many players within the eastern continent heard a loud, beastly roar that traveled hundreds of thousands of miles. Some even said it sounded like a dragon's roar. Maybe there's going to be a special event, and the roar was some sort of sign. Really? I didn't hear anything, though, Yuan mumbled. Although Elder Xuan had spoken to him about his performance at the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower, Elder Xuan never mentioned the dragon escaping the tower, nor did he mention the loud roar that came from it. If it's true, you must try to participate in this event. Who knows what you might be able to get from it, Yuru said to him. The most up-to-date novels are published on LitNovelPub.com. Okay, Yuan said. I will also keep my ears peeled for any information regarding this event. Once I learn something, I will immediately let you know. Sometime later, Yuru left his room and returned to her own room. Yuan continued cultivating for the rest of the night afterward. After his morning routine, Yuan dived back into the game and wondered to himself, what should I do today? Yuan retrieved the guidebook and began flipping the pages until he found something interesting. Oh, right. I have wondered what the mission hall looked like ever since they introduced it to the disciples. I should take a look at it now. With this in mind, Yuan went outside. However, he did not immediately leave and turned to look at Min Li's house, almost like he was expecting her to come out and follow him around. Updated from LateNovelPub.com. But to his surprise, Min Li didn't show up. I guess I'll be alone today, Yuan casually shrugged before making his way to the mission hall. As Yuan walked away from the area, Min Li peeked through her window curtains and watched Yuan's back disappear from her view. Once Yuan was gone, Min Li squatted and covered her face with her hands in an embarrassed manner. What in heaven's name was I thinking yesterday? Why did I offer myself to him? He must now think I am some slut who'd offer her body to anyone that can help me achieve my goals. I shouldn't have spoken without thinking about it. Min Li cried out loud with her face flushed with redness, feeling like digging a hole and jumping into it. I want to follow him and see where he's going today, but I don't have enough courage to stand before him and act like nothing happened yesterday. Damn it! I should have waited a bit longer before inviting him to join the Min family. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the mission hall. It was a large two-story building that took up an entire block with disciples constantly entering and leaving the place, being one of the most active areas that Yuan has experienced in the sect thus far. But that's to be expected, since this place is where most disciples go to earn their contribution points, which is mandatory if they want anything from the sect. Chapter 162, Visiting the Mission Hall. After taking a moment to admire the outside view of the mission hall, Yuan entered the building through the wide entrance that could fit even 10 adults if they stood side by side. Wow! Yuan was immediately baffled by the atmosphere in the mission hall, as it looked like some sort of unorganized office with papers pinned all over the walls. In fact, one wouldn't be able to avoid seeing these papers no matter which direction they looked. After entering the building, Yuan approached the pinned papers on the walls and began reading a couple of them. The Chun family is looking for someone to escort their carriage from Huang City to Jin City. 100 gold as a reward. 4th level spirit apprentice and above preferred. 5 contribution points. The Ming family is looking for cultivators to clear out the magical beasts that have been roaming dangerously close to their city. 1 gold coin for every magical beast slain. 3rd level spirit apprentice and above preferred 1 contribution points for every 30 magical beasts slain. Sect Elder Bai from the Golden Lance Palace is looking for perfectly extracted poison sacs from demonic spiders, 1 million gold coins each. No cultivation requirements, 5 contribution points for each exchange. The Ji family is looking for someone to manage their household while they go on a business trip for 7 days. 15 gold coins, no cultivation requirements. No contribution points. The Lord of Sparrow's City is looking for someone to slay the red demon that is running rampant around their territory. 10 million gold coins. 5th level spirit warrior or above preferred. 50 contribution points. After spending a couple of minutes looking through a few missions on the walls, Yuan noticed one thing. The majority of these requests were related to slaying monsters or acting as a guard for some families, with some missions requiring only materials, and very few of them were not related to cultivators. As for those missions that did not require any cultivation, the majority of them did not give contribution points, so one can assume that they were meant for disciples who only wanted to fulfill their duty as a disciple and nothing else. Oh, those papers are colored differently. Yuan noticed the yellow papers gathered not too far away from him and approached them. Inner Court disciple Huang is looking for a sparring partner. 1. Contribution points for every hour of sparring. 1st level to 2nd level spirit warrior meet at Lonely Peak in 3 days at 3 p.m. after the posting date. Outer Court disciple Gong is looking for someone to clean his clothes. 1 contribution points for every 50 batches of clothes. No cultivation required. Meet at building number 2910 in the Outer Court. Core disciple Singh is looking for someone to give her massages once a week. 5 contribution points every session. No cultivation level, female disciples only. Meet at building 55 in the Inner Court. An interview is required before being hired. Yuan read these yellow-colored missions with his interest piqued. So even disciples are allowed to create their own request to put in the mission hall, huh? However, won't disciples be able to abuse this by coordinating with each other so they can complete each other's mission and avoid doing real missions to fulfill their disciple duties? However, after looking around some more, Yuan noticed a large paper that said, "Requests commissioned by fellow disciples will not count towards your disciple duties." Oh, I guess this solves it, Yuan mumbled to himself. Yuan then looked at the contribution points he had left. 781, I should be fine for a while even if I don't do any missions. However, I do want to experience what it would be like to accept a mission. I don't want to travel outside the sect, so I'll pick one created by a fellow disciple." With that in mind, Yuan began looking through most of the missions that were requested by disciples in the Dragon Essence Temple. After looking for a few minutes, Yuan's gaze suddenly stopped at a particular mission, mostly because it mentioned a word that immediately caught his attention. Core Disciple Fei is looking for an outer court disciple surnamed Yuan, who is experienced with the zither. 50 contribution points to anyone that can provide accurate information that leads her to him. 50 contribution points just to find me. That's the same level of reward as the other mission that required one to fight some red demon? Fei? Isn't this the disciple who played the zither at the Dragon Pavilion? Why is she looking for me? Yuan mumbled to himself after pondering for some more. Yuan turned to look at the disciple standing beside him and gently tapped the disciple's shoulder. "Excuse me, this is my first time in the mission hall. How do I accept a mission?" Yuan asked the disciple in a friendly voice. "Oh, you can just tear the request off the wall and take it to the counter over there." The disciple pointed to the desks near the entrance. "Thank you very much," Yuan said to the disciple before taking Fairy Fei's request off the wall and walking towards the desk. "I'd like to accept this mission from Core Disciple Fei." Yuan showed the request to the sect elder behind the desk. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Core Disciple Fei? The sect elder looked at the request with wide eyes. 50 contribution points for a request of this level? The sect elder was speechless, as this is possibly the most overpaid request he has ever seen before. However, since this is Core Disciple Fei, who is known for being rich with contribution points because of her contributions at the Dragon Pavilion, it wasn't too shocking that she'd spend so luxuriously for something so simple. "What's your name?" the sect elder asked. "Disciple Yuan," Yuan responded. "Eh?" The sect elder looked at Yuan in the face with a gawking expression. What on earth was going on here? Is he the same person Disciple Fei was looking for? Why is he turning himself in? Whatever. It's not my job to care about such matters. The sect elder thought to himself, and decided to ignore their situation. Chapter 163, Disciple Fei. "Here, take this. You'll need it to enter the inner court, since you're still an outer court disciple. You can also locate Core Disciple Fei's living quarters with this." The sect elder handed Yuan a token after writing a few things down in his book. "Thank you." Yuan accepted the token and turned to walk out of the mission hall shortly after. After leaving the mission hall, Yuan followed the map in the token to Fairy Fei's living quarters. An hour later, Yuan reached the end of the outer court that was also a border between the outer court and inner court. "I would like to enter the inner court for a mission." Yuan handed the token to one of the sect elders stationed there. Let me see." The sect elder looked at the token and nodded. "I see. Okay, here's your permission slip. Make sure you don't lose it, and you're only allowed to stay within the inner court for 4 hours. Once your time is up, the permission slip will destroy itself. If you're caught inside the inner court without a permission slip, you'll be punished. So make sure you keep that in mind. Of course, you can extend the time by coming back here. However, I am only allowed to extend your time if you still haven't completed your mission. I understand." Yuan nodded. After entering the inner court, Yuan continued to follow the path towards Fairy Fei's house, and as an outer court disciple inside the inner court, Yuan naturally attracted the gazes of the inner court disciples there. Although he'd encountered a few outer court disciples on his way to Fairy Fei's house, it was only like 1 out of 1,000 disciples that were outer court disciples there. The most up-to-date novels are published on LitRPG. Many minutes later, he arrived in the area where core disciples live. Let's see, Building 7. Yuan walked around the spacious area and looked at each building individually. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yuan suddenly stopped walking when a distinct sound entered his ears. This sound, someone's playing the zither. It's most likely Disciple Fei. Yuan proceeded to follow the sound of the zither and arrived in front of this large building a few minutes later. Right as Yuan stepped onto the doorstep, the zither music stopped, and the sound of people clapping followed immediately afterward. "That was amazing, Senior Sister Fei. It's only been a week since I last heard you play the zither, and you have already improved to the degree where I almost couldn't recognize your music. Me too. If I didn't watch you play, I would have thought it was someone else. Congratulations, senior sister. Your zither arts has improved to another level yet again. At this rate, it won't be long before you're able to use that zither technique. Visit LitRPG for the best novel reading experience. Yuan could hear a couple of unique voices coming from the other side of the house, and they were all female voices. Knock. Knock. Yuan knocked on the door a few moments after the zither music stopped. Are we missing someone today? I thought we weren't expecting any more guests today. I don't think anyone else is supposed to be here. I'll go see who it is. A few moments later, a pretty inner court disciple opened the door and appeared before Yuan. An outer court disciple? Do you know whose door you're knocking? What do you want? The inner court disciple asked Yuan with an irritated expression on her face, mostly because she saw Yuan as a nuisance who was disturbing their time with Fairy Fei. I'm here to see Disciple Fei, Yuan said to her. For more, visit latenovelbotpub.com. Disciple Fei? The inner court disciple looked at Yuan with a gawking expression on her face, almost like she was in disbelief. You're just a mere outer court disciple. How dare you address a court disciple so casually? Do you think you're friends with her or something? Get out of here before I shove my foot up your butt. Yuan was speechless. Why did the inner court disciple suddenly become so aggressive? Calm down, Junior Sister Feng. A young lady shouldn't speak so vulgarly, especially not when you're in Senior Sister Fei's house. What's with the commotion, anyway? Another inner court disciple appeared before them. Blame this disrespectful outer court disciple, Disciple Feng said, while pointing at Yuan's innocent-looking face. The second inner court disciple looked at Yuan's handsome face for a moment before speaking. What did you do to anger my junior sister so much? I don't know. Yuan shrugged his shoulders in an innocent manner. You little thing. Disciple Feng immediately fumed again. How dare you say that you don't know? You addressed Senior Sister Fei as Disciple Fei like you're her friend. That is unacceptable for an outer court disciple. Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. Really? What's wrong with calling a fellow disciple disciple? Follow current novels on LitRPG.com. Are you seeing this, Senior Sister Ying? This guy has no awareness at all. The other inner court disciple shook her head with a bittersweet smile on her face, and she said, You're here for Senior Sister Fei, right? Since you were able to come here, it must have been approved by a sect elder. Why do you need to see her? Yuan then retrieved the mission paper and showed it to them. I'm here for this. Let me see that. Disciple Ying took the paper from his hands to look at it closely. Did you know about this? I didn't know that Senior Sister Fei had created a request in the mission hall. And who's this, Yuan? That would be... Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, another voice interrupted him. What's going on out here? Who's outside disturbing my performance? A few moments later, Fairy Fei appeared before them. Hello, Yuan said to her with a stiff smile on his face. New novel chapters are published on LitNovelPub.com. You are. Fairy Fei's eyes widened with shock after seeing Yuan's face, and she staggered backward until she bumped into a wall. Chapter 164. Do you know this outer court disciple? You are. What are you doing here? Fairy Fei pointed at Yuan with trembling fingers and a shocked look on her face, dumbfounding the inner court disciples there. Senior Sister Fei, are you okay? Do you know this outer court disciple? Disciple Ying decided to ask her. Fairy Fei was speechless. How is she supposed to answer such a question? Tell them that she was defeated by this outer court disciple in her own field of expertise. This outer court disciple is my assistant. Fairy Fei spurted out without thinking. Your assistant? They all looked at her with wide eyes. Since when did Senior Sister Fei need an assistant? Disciple Feng wondered to herself. Since when did I become her assistant? Yuan asked himself with his eyebrows raised in a funny manner. Fairy Fay immediately panicked, and she corrected herself after clearing her throat. I meant to say that he's my student. That's right, I'm currently teaching him how to play the zither. What? You accepted this outer court disciple as your student? Disciple Feng exclaimed in a baffled voice. Why did Fairy Fay accept an outer court disciple as her student? A man at that, when she, an inner court disciple and her friend, has been asking Fairy Fay to teach her the zither? He may not seem like it, but he has great talent, and I believe that he will eventually surpass me one day. Fairy Fay spoke whilst trying her best to not choke on her own words due to how ridiculous it sounded for her. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. Fairy Fay looked at Yuan with her heart beating like crazy, but when she noticed that Yuan wasn't saying anything, much less call out her bullshit, even a few moments later, she sighed in relief inwardly. If you think I have made a mistake by accepting him as my student, why don't we let him play the zither so you can determine whether he's truly worthy or not? Fairy Fay suddenly suggested. The disciples there turned to look at Yuan with suspicious gazes. Can he really play the zither? They wondered inwardly, because usually only women would pick up the zither. What do you think, Disciple Yuan? Can you play the zither for us? Just one song will be enough. Fairy Fay looked at Yuan with a stiff smile on her face. I don't mind, since I would also like to play the zither again. Yuan nodded his head after pondering for a moment. Great. Come inside. Fairy Fay's face beamed with delight after seeing Yuan's approval. Disciple Ying and Disciple Feng looked at Fairy Fay with a dumbfounded look on their faces, as Fairy Fay looked to be the most excited one for some reason. Sometime later, Yuan entered Fairy Fay's house and closed the door behind him before following Fairy Fay and the inner court disciples to the yard behind the house, where 2 more inner court disciples were waiting. Welcome back, Senior Sister Fay. What took you so long? My ears have gone cold from waiting for your next song, one of the disciples there said. Who's that, eh? An outer court disciple? And a man at that? Why is he here? The other disciple asked after seeing Yuan's figure. Junior Sister Zhao. Junior Sister Gu. This is Disciple Yuan, an outer court disciple and also my student. Fairy Fay introduced Yuan to the 2 girls, and vice versa. A student? Senior Sister Fay's student? How come this is my first time hearing about this? Disciple Gu mumbled, as she has known Disciple Fay for many years now. Because it was only recently that I'd accepted him as my student, Disciple Fay said. Anyway, Disciple Yuan is going to play 1 song for us as an introduction. You can use that zither over there. Disciple Fay pointed at the beautiful zither sitting on the table a few meters away. Yuan nodded and sat down behind the zither a moment later. Visit lightnovel.com for a better experience. Senior Sister Fay is actually letting a man touch her zither. This is shocking would be an understatement. The disciples there looked at Yuan sitting behind the zither with dumbfounded expressions on their pretty faces. They all knew how much Disciple Fay treasured her precious zither, so much so that even they had never touched her zither before. Meanwhile, Yuan stared at the elegant azure-colored zither before him with a calm gaze. After a moment of silence, Yuan lifted his head to look at Disciple Fay and asked her, Which song should I play? Do you remember the first song you played on that day? You can play that one? Yuan nodded and took a deep breath before lifting his arms in a slow but smooth manner. The next moment, ting, a string on the zither trembled, creating a clean and crisp sound that immediately pulled the heartstrings of the disciples sitting not far away from it. Another beautiful zither note resounded in the area not even half a second later. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. What is this feeling? They all wondered to themselves the indescribable feeling in their heart, completely unaware that they'd just been bewitched by Yuan's zither skills. Meanwhile, Disciple Fay had long closed her eyes to fully indulge herself in Yuan's zither music. Time passed very quickly, and before the disciples were aware, Yuan played the last note on the zither. What do you think? Yuan asked the disciples, snapping them out of their daze. The disciples were speechless, and they turned to look at Disciple Fay with perplexed looks on their faces. While it was obvious that Yuan's performance was superior when compared to Disciple Fei's performance that occurred before Yuan's appearance, they didn't dare to say it to her face, as that might anger her and get them banned from listening to her performances in the future. "See, can you play another song? I don't think I can tell your skills just from a single song," Disciple Zhao suddenly said. When the other disciples heard Disciple Zhao's words, they quickly agreed with her. "Yeah, play another song for us so we can judge properly." For more, visit Lightnov Fullpub C of Nitscord is available now in the author's note. Chapter 165. In Need of a Partner. When the female disciples began demanding a second song, Yuan turned to look at Disciple Fei, who quickly nodded her head, giving him the approval to continue using her zither. Thus, Yuan placed his fingers on the zither strings once again and began playing another song. The atmosphere immediately changed again, and Yuan's zither music echoed throughout the area, allowing disciples far away from their location to enjoy the music as well. "Wow, this must be Fairy Fei's zither performance. I think she has improved yet again. As expected of a genius, her talents with the zither are off the charts. What beautiful music! I can listen to this all day if it was an option." Yuan finished his second song a few minutes later, and the world turned quiet again, even feeling a little bit lonely without the music. "Again, play another song, Disciple Yuan," one of the inner court disciples said with a slightly bashful look on her face. "Yeah, 2 songs are not enough. You need to play at least a dozen songs," another one said. "A dozen songs?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. You can play until you are satisfied. Disciple Fei suddenly said to him. Yuan nodded, and he began playing the zither again shortly after. Meanwhile, the inner court disciples and Disciple Fei closed their eyes and fully indulged themselves in the music, feeling their minds entering an indescribable state that allowed them to think with more clarity, almost like there was some sort of special effects coming from Yuan's zither play. An hour later, Yuan suddenly stopped playing the zither, as he'd run out of songs to play. "Eh? Why did you stop?" "I was so close to entering a state of enlightenment. At least, that's what it felt like." "Don't stop. Play some more," the inner court disciples immediately began complaining. However, Yuan shook his head and said, "That's all the songs I know. Just repeat the songs then." One of them quickly responded. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. "Okay, calm down, junior sisters. Disciple Yuan has already showcased his abilities enough. Let's give him a break," Disciple Fei said, and she continued. "Furthermore, this gathering was supposed to end over an hour ago. Come back next month. Perhaps Disciple Yuan will be here again. If you say so, Senior Sister Fei," although the inner court disciples were reluctant to leave, they had no choice. "I'm sorry for being rude to you at the beginning, Disciple Yuan." Disciple Feng said to him with an apologetic expression on her face before leaving the place, "I would also like to apologize for doubting your abilities." Disciple Yuan. "Thank you for today's performance," Disciple Ying said to him with a friendly smile on her face. "If you ever need anything, you can find me at Building 921, said Disciple Gu. "See you next time, Disciple Yuan. Make sure you're here next month, too," Disciple Zhao said to him. Once all of the inner court disciples left the place, leaving Yuan and Disciple Fei alone, Disciple Fei immediately lowered her head slightly and spoke in an apologetic voice. "I am really sorry for calling you my student and pressuring you to play the zither again." Yuan shook his head and spoke in a calm voice. "There's no need to apologize. I don't mind it, and I also wanted to play the zither." Disciple Fei nodded, and then she said a moment later, "By the way, what are you doing here? Why were you knocking on my house?" "Oh, right. I nearly forgot." Yuan showed Disciple Fei the mission that she'd created. "Ah, that." Disciple Fei immediately blushed, looking like someone who was caught doing something embarrassing. "I wanted to look for you regarding something coming up, but I didn't know where you lived or who you were even after asking many sect elders, so I could only resort to such a method." Disciple Fei said, and then she continued, And since you showed up yourself, I guess it technically means that you have completed my request, so I'll give you the 50 contribution points now. Give me your identification token." Yuan nodded and handed Disciple Fei his identification token. This is a bronze identification slip. What happened to your gold one? Disciple Fei asked him when she noticed this. You mean this one? I only use it when I need contribution points, since the bronze one has none, Yuan explained. You have 2 identification tokens? Disciple Fei looked at him with wide eyes. Why would they give him 2 identification tokens? It was almost as though the sect was trying to hide Yuan's real identity. The source of this content is LitRPG. However, Disciple Fei decided to not think too deeply about this for now, and transferred the contribution points to him. I gave you 60 contribution points instead of 50 because of your performance just now, Disciple Fei said to him after returning the identification token to him. Thank you, Yuan said afterward. By the way, you said that you were looking for me? Why? Yuan asked sometime later. About that? Disciple Fei suddenly began acting hesitant. A few moments of silence later, she spoke. Well, I am in need of a partner. Partner? Yuan raised his eyebrows. What kind of partner? He asked her with an innocent face. One would normally think of lovers when they hear the word partner from a female. But Yuan was too innocent to think of such things. Follow current novels on LitNovelPub.com. There will be a large zither competition next week, and I need a partner in order to even participate. I have been looking for someone who can play the zither even half as decent as I can, but there's no such person in the Dragon Essence Temple. However, you can definitely do it. Please, I will pay you as many contribution points as you want if we can participate in this competition, Disciple Fei said to him in a slightly desperate voice. Zither competition, huh? What's so special about this competition anyway? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Chapter 166 Zither Competition. Hearing Yuan's question, Disciple Fei said, This zither competition is one of the largest competitions in the continent that occurs only once every 3 years, and as you may have expected, it gathers the best musicians from around the world. Despite my abilities that are widely praised by the entire sect, I'd only placed 7th in the last competition out of thousands of participants. 7th out of thousands? That's already very good, Yuan said with slightly wide eyes. 7th place may be good, but it isn't good enough. I want at least 3rd place, as that's when you get the real rewards, Disciple Fei said. What kind of rewards? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. For the last competition, 3rd place got some Earth rank zither art as a reward. The 2nd place received a Heaven rank zither art, and the 1st place received a Heaven grade treasure that is also a zither. Zither art? What are those? Yuan asked. They're here. Let me show you instead. It'll be much quicker that way. Disciple Fei then sat behind her zither and took a deep breath before pulling one of its strings. Ting! A sharp and aggressive music note that Yuan wasn't familiar with resounded, and a somewhat transparent arc that resembled Yuru's wind blade technique flew from the zither before hitting a teacup on the table a few meters away and cleanly slicing it in half, almost like someone had slashed it with a thin sword or a sharp weapon. Follow current novels on LitNovelPub.com. What you've witnessed just now is zither art without any techniques. By infusing some spiritual energy into your fingers and releasing it with the zither, you can turn the zither into a deadly long-range weapon. Disciple Fei said to him, Turning instruments into weapons? Yuan looked at her with a gawking expression on his face, as he would have never imagined that such a thing could be possible. Disciple Fei then continued, As for this year's competition, because they will be receiving support from the Heaven and Earth Palace, the rewards have become much more valuable and desirable. 3rd place will receive an Earth rank zither art technique and an Earth grade treasure. The 2nd place will receive a Heaven rank zither art technique and a Heaven grade treasure. As for the 1st place, shockingly, you will receive a Divine rank zither art technique and a Heaven grade treasure. Do you have any idea how valuable Divine rank techniques are? A divine rank zither art technique, Yuan mumbled in a low voice. However, despite the temptation of a divine rank technique, Yuan was more interested in the heaven-grade treasure, as he wanted a zither of his own. "And you want me to participate in this competition with you, right?" Yuan asked her a moment later. "That's right. With your zither skills, we'll have a great chance of reaching the top 3. If we reach the top 3, we'll share the Earth rank zither art, and you can keep the zither since I already have one. My current zither art is only mortal rank after all. What do you think? I'll even pay you contribution points for your participation." Disciple Fei looked at him with a pleading gaze. After pondering for a moment, Yuan nodded his head and said, "Okay, I'll participate in this competition with you. Just let me know when." "Thank you very much. I'll let my master know later." Disciple Fei was so excited that she unconsciously grabbed Yuan's hands and shook them vigorously. New novel chapters are published on LitNovel.com, by the way. Now that we're going to be partners in this big competition, we'll need to practice and hone our skills before the competition. Since you cannot enter the inner court easily as an outer court disciple, I will come to your living quarters instead so that we can practice together. Where do you live? Disciple Fei asked him later. Building number 70, Yuan answered with a calm face. That area, huh? Well, it's not too surprising since you have a gold identification token. Okay, I'll see you there first thing tomorrow morning, Disciple Fei said. Sometime later, Yuan left her house and the inner court, returning back to his own house. A music competition, huh? How long has it been since I'd last participated in one? Yuan thought to himself. As someone who has participated in hundreds of competitions before, he couldn't help but feel excited about participating in another competition after so long. Once Yuan left, Disciple Fei also left her house to seek out Elder Shan, her master. "Master, I have something important to tell you." Disciple Fei? What's the matter? Elder Shan stopped working and looked at her. This is regarding the zither competition next week. This content is taken from LitRPG. Oh, right, the one backed by the Heaven and Earth Palace. What about it? If I recall correctly, you are required to bring a partner this time. Did you find one yet? Elder Shan asked her. Disciple Fei nodded and said, "Yes, I found someone, and he's that Disciple Yuan I mentioned not too long ago." Did you just say Disciple Yuan? Elder Shan exclaimed in a shocked manner. Yes, is there a problem with that? Disciple Fei asked with a nervous look on her face. Elder Shan did not immediately respond to her and silently pondered with a deep frown. A moment of silence later, Elder Shan spoke. Disciple Yuan, what did he say? He'd agreed to participate in the competition with me, she responded. I see. Elder Shan closed her eyes and sighed. After another moment of silence, Elder Shan stood up and said, Follow me. Follow current novels on LitNovel.com. Eh? Where are we going, Master? Disciple Fei raised her eyebrows as she followed Elder Shan outside. To meet with the Sect Master? The Sect Master. Why? Did I do something wrong? Disciple Fei exclaimed with a nervous look on her face, because only disciples who are in deep trouble with the sect would meet the Sect Master. Calm down, you're not in trouble. This is about Disciple Yuan. I don't know how much you know about him, but I'm sure that you can tell that his existence within the sect is a unique one. Elder Shan said to her, Disciple Yuan? Is he really that special? Disciple Fei looked at her with a dumbfounded face. Special is an understatement, my dear disciple. You'll understand more about him in just a moment, Elder Shan said, as she brought Disciple Fei to the Sect Master's headquarters. Chapter 167. What did he do this time? Sect Master, this is Elder Shan. I have something important to talk about regarding Disciple Yuan. Elder Shan knocked on Long Yijun's door and said from the outside, Disciple Yuan, what did he do this time? Long Yijun immediately sighed and stopped working. Come inside. Elder Shan opened the door a moment later and entered the room with Disciple Fei following behind her. Long Yijun raised his eyebrows after seeing Disciple Fei, wondering what she's doing there and how she's related to this situation. Disciple Fei, go ahead and tell the sect master what you told me before coming here. Elder Shan looked at her and said. Disciple Fei nodded and stepped forward before bowing to Long Yijun in a respectful manner. Core Disciple Fei greets the sect master. After greeting Long Yijun, Disciple Fei began to speak. I will be participating in the zither competition that will be held in a week with my partner, an outer court disciple surnamed Yuan, zither competition. With Disciple Yuan? Long Yijun's jaw loosened a little bit after hearing her words. Since when did Yuan become a zither expert? Disciple Fei nodded and said, Disciple Yuan has outstanding talents with the zither, and I believe that we have a good chance of obtaining third place if he participated in the competition with me. This content is taken from LitNoVelpub.com, third place. If I recalled correctly, you'd placed 7th place for the last competition, Long Yijun said with a pondering face. That's correct, Sect Master. After pondering for a moment, Long Yijun spoke. I am aware that this competition is being backed by the Heaven and Earth Palace, so the competition will be much fiercer this year. What makes you think you will be able to achieve third place? If you'd listened to Disciple Yuan playing the zither, you would understand my feelings, Sect Master. I'd managed to obtain zither enlightenment after listening to his zither play. What? Enlightenment? Just like that, Long Yijun exclaimed in a shocked voice, as this is his first time hearing of such a thing. Disciple Fei nodded. Maybe I should also listen to Disciple Yuan play the zither, Long Yijun thought to himself. Sometime later, Long Yijun said, Anyway, I understand the situation now, but letting Disciple Yuan leave the sect is not as simple as you think. Disciple Fei, as his existence within the sect, is a little special, to say the least. If I may ask, just who is Disciple Yuan exactly? He's clearly someone with an important background, but I do not recognize him at all, nor have I ever heard of someone like him. Disciple Fei said, This content is taken from LitNoVelpub. See? Long Yijun took a deep breath before speaking. To tell you the truth, Disciple Fei, we also have no clue as to what Disciple Yuan's true background is. There are speculations that he's from one of the 4 ancient families, but that is only a speculation at best. The 4 ancient families? Disciple Fei's jaw dropped after hearing this. Even if it is only speculation, it was still incredibly shocking that they'd evaluate Yuan as someone worthy enough to exist in one of the 4 ancient families. After a moment of silence, Disciple Fei asked Long Yijun with a worried look on her face. Then what's going to happen now? Are you going to forbid him from participating in the competition? What? Of course not. Long Yijun quickly responded with a surprised look on his face. Although he won't say it because it would affect his face and position as the sect master, he actually didn't dare to confine Yuan inside the sect despite his value to them, especially after promising him that they would not restrict his movements and freedom. Then he can participate in the competition with me? Disciple Fei asked again with a slightly excited look on her face. If that's what he wants to do, there's no reason for me to refuse, especially if you're so confident that you would achieve 3rd place in the tournament. After all, any reputation or recognition you gain from the competition will also affect the Dragon Essence Temple. Long Yijun nodded. He then turned to look at Elder Shan and said, I hope you don't mind, and I'm not doubting your abilities, but since Disciple Yuan will be coming with you, I want Elder Xuan to accompany you just in case. Elder Shan nodded and said, Don't worry. I completely understand. I won't be able to sleep for the rest of my life if anything were to happen to him while we are outside. In fact, even if you didn't mention it, I would have personally asked for help. Long Yijun nodded and said a moment later, Then I will look forward to your results, Disciple Fei. Thank you, Sect Master. I will try my best to bring glory to the Dragon Essence Temple. Disciple Fei bowed before leaving the place with Elder Shan shortly after. Zither competition, huh? I just hope that he doesn't make a commotion there. Long Yijun sighed as he laid back on his seat, experiencing an uneasy feeling in his chest for some reason. After leaving the sect master's headquarters, Disciple Fei asked Elder Shan, Master, Do you really think Disciple Yuan belongs to one of the 4 ancient families? Honestly, I have a feeling that his true background might even surpass that of the 4 ancient families. You weren't there to witness it, but Disciple Yuan's cultivation talent, it's so ridiculously insane that it's scary. Above the 4 ancient families, does a power like that even exist in the lower heavens? I thought the 4 ancient families are the strongest within the lower heavens. Disciple Fei said. Elder Shan shook her head and said, The lower heavens may seem small compared to the upper heavens, but there are many powerful and hidden backgrounds in this world that prefer to remain low-key or unknown to the rest of the world as a method of survival, and the 4 ancient families is just scratching the surface of what might exist. At least that's what I think. Chapter 168, Abandoned Shed. After returning to her own place, Elder Shan asked Disciple Fei, What are you going to do now? I'm going to prepare myself for the competition and practice my zither arts with Disciple Yuan until then. If what he said is true, that he has never played the zither before until very recently, I believe that his skills will reach an unbelievably high level within a week before the tournament. Wait a second? Did you just say Disciple Yuan has only recently started playing the zither? Elder Shan looked at her with wide eyes. Disciple Fei nodded and said, I know it's really hard to believe such words, but I don't see a reason for him to lie, and he doesn't seem to be the kind of person to lie about such things. Hard to believe. Ha ha, that's hardly true. Elder Shan suddenly began laughing, dumbfounding her, and she continued a moment later, with his comprehension skills, It would be more shocking if he doesn't learn so quickly. I? Is that so? Disciple Fei mumbled in a slightly dazed word. Anyway, you can leave now and prepare for the competition. I'm already being overworked by the sect master because of the mystic realm. If I don't finish this work before your competition starts, things will get even more complicated for me. Elder Shan sighed. Then I won't bother you any longer. Thank you, Master, for your time. Disciple Fei bowed to Elder Shan before leaving the place and returning to her own home to prepare. Elder Shan shook her head with a bittersweet smile before returning to her own work. Meanwhile, after returning to his own home, Yuan logged off the game and proceeded to cultivate in the real world until Yuru returned from school. Brother, I have some big news. Yuru came into his room shouting. What's the matter? Yuan asked. I just saw this from the forums as I was coming home, but there's going to be some sort of large competition that'll be happening in the Eastern continent sometime next week, and it's related to playing the zither. Rumors have it that you can obtain a divine rank technique if you achieve first place. Yuru said to him, Oh, that zither competition? I know about it since I will be participating in it. Yuan responded in a calm manner. What? You are going to participate in a music competition again? Yuru exclaimed afterward, her gaze on Yuan filled with shock and excitement. It's only a competition inside the game, and I doubt I will be able to achieve any good results, since I have only learned about the zither only very recently, Yuan said, updated from litnovelpu.com. You're underestimating yourself, brother. Did you forget who you are? The #1 musical prodigy who has mastered dozens of instruments from around the world before the age of 7. 1 week is more than enough for you to completely master the zither, Yuru said. If I recall correctly, you'd even mastered the piano in less than 3 days. Genius, huh? I don't really like to associate myself with that word, but that's probably because I have been called such a word countless times that I am tired of hearing it, Yuan sighed. There's nothing you can really do about it, brother. What do you expect to do? Call you the opposite of what you are? If you're a genius, people will naturally call you one, Yuru said, and she continued. The only other way is to not let people know that you are a genius, but brother, that's easier said than done. How does one even hide their talents, especially someone like you? Even an ignorant person would be able to tell that you are a genius just by your performance at something. Anyway, you'll be participating in this zither competition, right? Although you can't see my face right now, I'm actually really bitter that I won't be able to witness your brilliance in the competition, brother. Yuru sighed. Don't worry, there will always be another chance, Yuan said. I hope so. Some time later, after dinner, Yu left Yuan's room, but she didn't immediately return to her own room like usual, and instead took a detour to a large shed behind the main house, with Meixiu follow behind her. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com, young lady. This place is... Meixiu looked at this shed with a perplexed look on her face. Why did Yu suddenly decide to come to this place? It has been many years since they visited this seemingly abandoned shed. "Do you have the key for the lock?" Yu asked her. "Yes. Here is the key, young lady." Meixiu handed her a somewhat rusty key the next moment. A few seconds later, Yu unlocked the heavy lock that kept the doors closed for many years before walking inside and flipping a switch. After a few flickers, the light turned on, revealing the inside of the shed that had many shelves and display cases placed inside, and sitting on these display cases were golden trophies of all sizes and shapes that were won from small contests to major competitions, with all of them related to music. No matter how many times I come here and look at these trophies, this breathtaking scenery always leaves me speechless. Yu mumbled in a low voice as she approached these display cases and looked at the golden trophies. Awarded to Yu Tian for taking first place in the 23rd National Piano Competition. Awarded to Yu Tian for his breathtaking performance during Battle of Talents. Awarded to Yu Tian for ranking first place in the Rising Stars Grand Prix. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. Over 300 of such trophies filled the shelves and display cases inside the large shed, turning it into some sort of trophy museum. One can only imagine how long it'd take to collect all of these trophies, even for a group of geniuses, let alone a single prodigy, Yu Tian, whose name occupied every single golden trophy in this room without a single one of them ranking below first place. Chapter 169, Trophy Room. I haven't been to this place ever since Brother Tian stopped participating in competitions. Yu sighed while surrounded by hundreds of golden trophies. Then why did the young lady suddenly decide to return to this place? Meixiu couldn't help but ask her out of curiosity. Hearing her words, Yu turned around with a beautiful smile on her face, and she said, "Because he'll be participating in a competition soon." Participating in a competition? The young master? Meixiu looked at her with a dazed look on her face, unsure of how to think or feel about this. Yes. Brother Tian will be participating in a music competition inside Cultivation Online. Although it's not a real competition, it's the closest thing we'll get. The young master. Participating in a competition. Meixiu mumbled with a profound look on her face, seemingly in deep thoughts. Sometime later, Yu clapped her hands together and bowed to the trophies in the room before mumbling in a sincere voice, "Good luck, brother. Let the cultivation world know of your musical talents." After spending a couple more minutes admiring Yuan's trophy room, Yu locked the doors before returning to her own room. "By the way, do you want to play Cultivation Online with me?" Yu suddenly asked Meixiu. "Me? Play games with the young lady? I wouldn't dare." Meixiu quickly shook her head with a scared look on her face. "Why not? You can consider it as work, since you'll be serving me inside the game instead of the real world. Furthermore, I know how hard you work for me, so I want you to relax and have fun sometimes." Yu said to her, "But my mother," Meixiu sighed. "If you're worried about your mother scolding you, I will personally talk with her later." "Thank you, young lady," Meixiu nodded. Although she doesn't show her emotions often or complain at all because of the way she was raised as a maid. Meixiu is also a young lady just like Yu who has desires and aspirations, and while she doesn't show it, she's actually quite jealous of Yuan, who can play games all day, not including his condition. "Don't even mention it. I should be the one thanking you," Yu said as she entered the bed. "Good night, young lady." Meixiu closed the lights before leaving Yu's room and returning to her own and immediately going to sleep, as she has to wake up earlier than Yu and prepare breakfast for her. The following morning, after his morning routine, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online and waited for Disciple Fei to arrive at his house so that they could practice with the zither. Meanwhile, after she'd prepared for the day, Disciple Fei left her home with her zither in her hands. While she can store the zither in her storage pouch or spatial ring, she preferred carrying it around more as it made her feel more authentic as a zither expert. "Look, it's Fairy Fay. She must be going to the Dragon Pavilion today." The disciples immediately jumped in joy when they saw Disciple Fay in the outer court, and because it has been many days since her last performance, it made them feel even more excited. "Finally, I have been waiting for her to return to the Dragon Pavilion. Her zither arts must have improved even more since her last performance. I cannot wait to listen to her play." "Me too. I was going to train my sword techniques at the practice area, but I'll save that for another day." Thus, news of Fairy Fay returning to the Dragon Pavilion spread throughout the sect like wildfire, causing disciples from around the sect to gather at the Dragon Pavilion, crowding the place. However, little did these disciples know that Disciple Fay had no intentions of going to the Dragon Pavilion any time soon, and that she was actually going to an outer court disciple's house today, which would definitely cause mayhem if found out. "Where's Fairy Fay? I heard that she was going to show up here today." "I don't know. I saw her in the outer court carrying her zither, but I came here as fast as possible to get a decent seat, so I don't know where she actually went." "Fuck. You mean to tell me that you'd only seen her walking around in the outer court?" "She could have gone anywhere. What made you think she was coming to the Dragon Pavilion?" The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. Don't ask me. I was not the one who spread the rumor. A commotion occurred in the Dragon Pavilion when Fairy Fay hadn't shown up even after waiting for over an hour. While the disciples that could not afford to dine in the Dragon Pavilion could not complain because they were all standing outside for free, the disciples that had paid to sit inside the Dragon Pavilion were livid about Fairy Fay's absence, and even looked like they were bloodthirsty afterward, as they'd wasted contribution points due to some unfounded rumor that Fairy Fay would show up, feeling like they'd been played. Meanwhile, Fairy Fay strolled in the opposite direction of the Dragon Pavilion, slowly approaching Yuan's building. Who's that?" Min Li noticed Fairy Fay's beautiful figure in the distance from the window, mostly because of her core disciple uniforms that stood out. "That's a core disciple. What's someone like that doing in the outer court?" Min Li mumbled to herself as she watched Disciple Fay approach her building. "Huh? Is she here for me?" Min Li raised her eyebrows when Disciple Fay suddenly stopped in front of her house to look around, looking like she was searching for something. A few moments later, Disciple Fay began moving again, but she'd only walked a few more steps before stopping again. "That's Disciple Yuan's house. Is she here for him? But why is a core disciple looking for him?" Min Li pondered with a frown on her face. What if she's his partner? Maybe this is about my offer to him," Min Li cried, feeling somewhat paranoid. Meanwhile, Fairy Fay approached the doorsteps and knocked on the doors. Chapter 170, Practicing for the Competition. After hearing the door being knocked on, Yuan went to open the doors and greeted Disciple Fay. "Hello, Disciple Fay. Come inside." Yuan invited her inside with a nonchalant look on his face. Disciple Fay nodded and entered the building. Some time later, once they were sitting in the living room, and Yuan asked her, "So, what are we going to do, Disciple Fay?" "First and foremost, you can stop calling me Disciple Fay. Although it's only temporary, I am now your partner," she said in a calm voice. "Then what am I supposed to call you?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "Fay Yuan, that is my name, and you will call me as such when we are alone," she said with a stern look on her face as she glared at Yuan. Yuan nodded without thinking too much about it, and said, "Okay, Fay Yuan. What are we going to do now?" A moment later, Fay Yuan placed her zither on the table and said, "What else? We're going to practice the zither for the entire week until the competition." Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows, and he said, "We're both going to use the same zither. Wouldn't it be better if there was another one?" "Of course not. I know you probably don't have a zither, so I brought an extra one with me," Fay Yuan said, as she retrieved another zither from her spatial ring. "You'll be using this one for now. Everyone at the competition will be provided with a zither of similar quality, so you don't need to worry about unfair conditions because you don't have a good zither." Yuan nodded and looked at the familiar-looking zither, as it was the one he'd first played at the Dragon Pavilion. Anyway, before we begin our practice, allow me to explain a little more about the zither competition in more depth. First and foremost, there will be 3 main judges, each of them a top zither expert with hundreds of years of experience under their belt, so you can expect a fairly accurate judgment for your skills. Of course, you won't see them until the final part of the exam. The previous competition was split into 3 parts, and we will be graded for each part. In the end, whoever has the most points will win the competition. Simple as that. However, they might do things differently this year because of the Heaven and Earth Temple. Furthermore, we will have a partner this time, so anything can happen. Yuan nodded and asked, "What did you do last year?" We were graded on our hand techniques for the first part, so how you play the zither will be very important. Follow current novels on LitRPG. If you do not meet their expectations, there's a good chance that you might not be able to proceed to the second round, so keep that in mind. For the second part, you will be given 1 hour to memorize and play a random song that will be provided for you. Once again, if your performance is not satisfactory, they will fail you on the spot. By the time you reach the final part, there will only be a dozen participants remaining at best. And as for the final part for the competition, if you can make it there, you'll have to play the zither with one of the judges. Huh? Playing music with the judge? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a surprised manner, as this is the first time that he's ever heard of such a thing in a music competition. Fei Yuan nodded and said, "One of the judges will pick a song, and you'll have 10 minutes to memorize the song. Once time's up, the judge will play the song and you will follow along, and you will have points deducted for every mistake made. The judge will not stop playing even if you make a mistake, but if you suddenly stop playing, you will automatically fail, so you must continue playing the zither even if you make a mistake." Wow, what an interesting way to do a musical competition, Yuan mumbled with a somehow excited smile on his face. Fei Yuan shook her head at him and said, "I know it sounds fun, but it's actually really difficult. I myself made over a dozen mistakes during the song. Furthermore, the judge's performance will easily distract you because of how amazing it sounds. Anyways, let's start practicing now. We don't have much time before the competition. For today, we'll take turns playing the zither just to get ourselves familiarized with each other's playstyle. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin practicing for the competition for real." Yuan nodded. This content is taken from lightnovelpub.com. Then I will start first. Fei Yuan took a deep breath and she began playing the zither shortly after. A few minutes later she said to Yuan, "It's your turn now. Try to play the song I just played even if you don't know it. This will be good practice, just in case you'll have to do the same during the competition." Yuan nodded and closed his eyes to recall every music note Fei Yuan had played and all of her hand movements. A few moments later, Yuan began moving his fingers on the zither strings, following Fei Yuan's movements perfectly. "This disciple Yuan, he's really a genius," Fei Yuan mumbled to herself as she silently admired Yuan's zither skills. Even though this is her first time playing this song in public, Yuan had managed to play the song perfectly without missing a single note, perhaps even slightly better. "What do you think?" Yuan asked her afterward. "Good enough," Fei Yuan responded with a stiff expression on her face. "I will now play the next song." Fei Yuan began playing a few seconds later, and Yuan started playing after she stopped, repeating the song. They repeated this for the entire day, playing over 100 different songs by the end of the day. This guy's a freaking monster. Fei Yuan stared at Yuan with wide eyes and her body sweaty from playing the zither so much. Chapter 171, Is This Breaking the Sect Rules? This guy? Why is he so good with the zither? Fei Yuan cried inwardly after their practice session ended. We played over 100 songs and I'd made mistakes for a third of them, but alas, this guy managed to not only repeat my songs after hearing it once, but he'd even done so flawlessly without any mistakes. How the heck is that even possible? One normally wouldn't be able to pinpoint mistakes in something they're not familiar with, so it was only normal to assume that Yuan wouldn't be able to pick out her mistakes when he has never heard of the song before. However, that was not the case, and to Fei Yuan's surprise, Yuan had managed to do just that. It's been years since I've last played an instrument for such a long time without many breaks. It's really refreshing, Yuan said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a satisfied look on his face. You have played before? Fei Yuan looked at him with wide eyes, and she continued, I thought you were new to the zither. Yuan nodded and said, Indeed, I am new to the zither. The first time I heard of the zither was at the Dragon Pavilion almost a week ago, much less touch one. However, I am not new to music since I used to play it professionally. As for the instruments, they're mostly nothing like the zither. What do you mean by playing it professionally? Fei Yuan asked with her eyebrows lifted in a puzzled manner, as the concept of professional musicians was not a thing in this cultivation world. It's when I play a certain instrument on a stage before tens of thousands of people, sometimes even millions, Yuan briefly explained. How is that any different from what we are about to do in the competition? After all, there will surely be hundreds of thousands of people watching you. Fei Yuan asked. Yuan shook his head and said, The only difference is that it's not a competition. There's only you and the audience, and it's almost a routine as we travel around the world. What? Travel around the world to play music for people? I don't understand what you'd get from that, besides reputation, because it sounds like a waste of time for me. Fei Yuan shrugged. Traveling around the world sounded very time-consuming, and as cultivators it sounded like a pain to travel around the world to play music for others, even if she loved the zither. Where I am from, it's nowhere as vast as the cultivation world, so traveling around the world is not as crazy as it sounds. Where are you from, anyway? Fei Yuan noticed this chance to ask him about his background, and directly went for it without any hesitation. I am from a faraway land called Earth, Yuan said with a nonchalant look on his face. Earth? Never heard of such a place? Fei Yuan wondered to herself what kind of place was this, and if it existed in the lower heavens or somewhere in the upper heavens. What about your family? She asked him a moment later. My family? They're just regular people and musicians, Yuan said. Musicians? So you come from a family line of musicians? Fei Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. It's no wonder he was so talented with a zither, as it appears that he was from a family who specializes in music. For more, visit Leiten Avelp C. Of course, Fei Yuan had no clue that Yuan's parents were only ordinary mortals, and that they've never cultivated before. If she'd known this, she would have definitely reacted a lot more differently. After talking to Yuan some more, Fei Yuan stood up and said, Where's the bathroom? I'm going to take a shower. It's over there. Yuan pointed to a certain room in the building without thinking too much about her words. Fei Yuan nodded and said, I will be right back. Yuan nodded and said, Then I will continue practicing the zither for a little bit longer. Thus, Fei Yuan went to the bathroom to clean the sweat she'd accumulated, whilst Yuan played the zither, making Fei Yuan spend more time in the bathroom than she'd anticipated, because she accidentally absorbed herself in Yuan's performance. Third place is definitely achievable if I have someone like him as my partner. Fei Yuan tightly grasped her hands into fists with motivation and excitement on her face. Some time later, Fei Yuan returned to the living room with a fresh appearance, looking like a fairy more than ever. You can use the bathroom now, she said to Yuan. Yuan nodded, but he didn't immediately leave, as he waited until he finished the song before he stood up and walked to the bathroom. Fei Yuan looked at the zither that Yuan had been using for practice, and to her surprise the ordinary zither was emitting a joyful aura, almost like it was satisfied by Yuan's performance. I have only heard of zither masters being able to achieve such a thing, giving auras to the instruments they play, yet Fei Yuan stared at the zither with a shocked face. Some time later, once Yuan also returned with a fresh appearance, Fei Yuan suddenly asked him, Do you have an empty room? An empty room there are plenty in this large house, but why do you ask? Yuan raised his eyebrows. In order to practice efficiently, I've decided to live here until the competition. So that is what I shall be doing. You don't mind, right? Fei Yuan said with a slightly nervous look on her face, clearly aware of the risks behind her decision. Yuan was speechless. She wanted to live in the same house as him? Although he didn't mind it, would they be breaking any sect rules by doing such a thing? Give me a moment. I want to make sure that we're not breaking any sect rules by doing this, Yuan said as he closed his eyes to recall the rule book. Sect rules? Fei Yuan stared at him with a gawking look on her face, clearly in disbelief. The most up-to-date novels are published on LitRPG. Chapter 172. A lot can happen in a single night. After taking a moment to recall the sect rules, Yuan opened his eyes and spoke in a nervous voice. According to the sect rules, male and female disciples are forbidden to share the same living quarters unless they are married or have a high-ranking sect elder's permission, and the punishment is at most 3 months of confinement in the disciplinary cave. Fei Yuan was speechless. Albeit subtly, did Yuan really just refuse her company in his house? What kind of man would refuse to let a beautiful girl stay in their house, even if they might receive punishment? If it were any other men that were in Yuan's shoes right now, they would definitely let Fei Yuan stay in their living quarters without hesitation, even if they were to get kicked out of the sect the following day. Fei Yuan then spoke with a slight frown on her face. That rule book is outdated. It was created thousands of years ago, and nobody except a few really even follows it anymore, especially the inner court disciples. Furthermore, as a core disciple, I have more leeway in the sect. In other words, I can do almost whatever I want without restrictions if it doesn't affect the sect. And I highly doubt that living in a house with a male disciple will affect the sect in any way. Therefore, you can just ignore it. Even if you say that, I think it'd be for the best if we received permission from one of the sect elders, as you can never be too safe or you might regret it in the future. I know a few of them, so I can ask them. Yuan suddenly retrieved Elder Xuan's jade slip and activated it using his spiritual energy. Senior Xuan, can you hear me? Yuan spoke to the jade slip. Meanwhile, sitting behind his desk inside his living quarters, Elder Xuan felt the jade slip in his robes tremble, causing him to stop working and look at it. Disciple Yuan? Did something happen to him? Elder Xuan frowned with a worried look on his face, wondering what Yuan had done this time. Senior Xuan, can you hear me? I hope I'm not bothering you. Yuan's voice resounded from the jade slip a moment later. Yes, I can hear you. What happened? Elder Xuan asked him. Updated from lightnovelpub.com. Well, Yuan proceeded to explain the situation to Elder Xuan, dumbfounding him greatly. What the heck, core disciple Fei? What's she doing at his house? And why are they staying together? Don't tell me that they're... Elder Xuan stared at the jade slip with wide eyes filled with shock. Anyway, do you think she can stay here? It'll only be for a week at most, Yuan asked him again afterward. Ahem, I don't see the problem, Elder Xuan said in a stiff voice after clearing his throat, and he continued. Whatever you do inside, just try to keep it contained within the house. I understand, Yuan said, sounding a little confused by Elder Xuan's words. Once Yuan ended the communication, Elder Xuan slumped back in his seat and sighed. I told him to remain low-key for a while, and he ends up bringing a female disciple into his home, even wanting to let her stay there for an entire week. And this disciple is even a core disciple. Well, I cannot blame the guy. Talented people like him will attract women as easily as breathing. After a moment of silence, Elder Xuan retrieved another jade slip before activating it and speaking to it. My granddaughter, can you hear me? A few moments later, Xuan Wuhan's sleepy voice resounded. What's the matter, Grandpa? I don't plan on returning to the sect until next week, even if you beg me. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. Elder Xuan sighed and said, This is about Disciple Yuan. Oh, Yuan. How's he doing in the sect? Nobody's bullying him, right? Xuan Wuhan's voice immediately sounded much more energetic after hearing Yuan's name. Yeah, he's doing great. In fact, he's doing so great that he'd managed to woo a core disciple to stay at his house for an entire week. If you continue to laze around at home, someone will definitely take you on before you can do anything, and with his otherworldly talents, there will be some very powerful contenders. What? Xuan Wuhan's voice resounded in a shocked manner after, almost like she'd just heard something impossible. Is that true, Grandpa? Who's this core disciple? Xuan Wuhan's obviously panicked voice resounded from the jade slip, causing it to tremble. I don't know. I only know that he'd asked me for permission to allow a female core disciple to stay in his living quarters for a week. As for the reason, I have no clue since I didn't bother to ask. Elder Xuan lied with a straight face, as he knew very well it was Fei Yuyan that was at Yuan's house. And you agreed? Why did you do something like that, Grandpa? Xuan Wuhan exclaimed. What else was I supposed to do? Refuse? This is a core disciple and disciple Yuan that we're talking about. I may be a grand elder, but there are some things even I have no control over, especially when disciple Yuan is involved. After a moment of silence, Elder Xuan asked, Well, do you feel like coming back to the sect now? This content is taken from LitRPG. I will be back in 3 days. Xuan Wuhan responded a moment later in a resolute voice. 3 days, huh? A lot can happen in a single night, much less 3 days, my granddaughter, Elder Xuan said, trying his best to not burst out laughing from teasing Xuan Wuhan. Fine, I'll come back now, okay? Anyway, I'm leaving. The jade slip turned lifeless after Xuan Wuhan ended the communication with Elder Xuan. Silly little girl. Elder Xuan shook his head as he placed the jade slip back into his robes. Meanwhile, Yuan said to Fei Yuyan with an innocent smile on his face, Now that we have permission, you can stay here without breaking any sect rules. You are really, I don't even know what to say. Fei Yuyan rubbed her eyes like she was exhausted. Chapter 173, Unable to sleep. Anyway, now that we have permission, I'll be staying here until the competition finishes. Fei Yuyan said to him in a slightly angry voice, clearly unhappy about the way Yuan had handled this situation. By the way, I won't be here at night and will return in the morning. Yuan suddenly said to her as she went to look for an empty room. What? Why not? Where are you going that requires you to stay outside all night? Fei Yuyan asked him with raised eyebrows. I'm not going anywhere. I just won't be available until the morning, Yuan said. Is that so? I won't need you at night anyway. Fei Yuyan quickly responded in a somewhat weird tone, and she left the place to look for her own room. Some time later, Fei Yuyan settled in the room that was only 2 doors away from Yuan's room. We will begin practice tomorrow morning at sunrise. Good night, and get plenty of rest because we'll practice even harder tomorrow, Fei Yuyan said to Yuan before retiring inside her room. However, Fei Yuyan was unable to sleep like she normally would, as this is her first time sleeping with another individual in the same building after she became an inner court disciple, much less a male disciple. In fact, this is definitely her first time staying overnight at a man's house, and she would have never imagined that it had belonged to an outer court disciple either. Meanwhile, after returning to his own room, Yuan logged off for the night and waited for Yuru to return from school. The source of this content is lightnovelpub.com. After dinner was served, and Yuru brushed his teeth, Yuan proceeded to spend the rest of the night cultivating. However, inside Cultivation Online, only an hour after Yuan logged off, Xuan Wuhan appeared outside of the Dragon Essence Temple with an irritated frown on her face, looking like someone who'd their peace disturbed. Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan, welcome back. The guards, standing at the entrance of the sect, immediately bowed to Xuan Wuhan, who was not only a core disciple but also Grand Elder Xuan's granddaughter, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was as famous, if not even more popular, than Fei Yuyan. However, Xuan Wuhan ignored these guards and walked directly into the sect. The guards turned to look at her with scared looks on their faces, and they wondered to themselves what had happened that made her appear so angry, as they have never seen her act in such a way before. Welcome back from your vacation, Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan. Greetings, Fairy Xuan. How was your vacation, Senior Apprentice Sister Xuan? I hope you enjoyed it because you earned it. Almost every disciple in the outer court recognized Xuan Wuhan and greeted her the moment they saw her, and even if the disciples didn't recognize her face, they recognized her uniform that only core disciples are qualified to wear, so they still greeted her with respect. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Thanks, Xuan Wuhan responded in a nonchalant manner before walking away with wide strides, dumbfounding these disciples. Did something happen to Fairy Xuan? She's usually cheerful and easy to approach, yet she's acting the total opposite today. Maybe something unpleasant happened during her vacation. Wait a second, I thought Fairy Xuan wouldn't return to the sect for another week. Maybe that has something to do with her behavior. That must be it. I wonder if this is related to what happened not long ago at the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate. Maybe they are gathering all of the core disciples for a meeting. Do we know the identity of the disciple who cleared the tower yet? No, not yet. The sect elders aren't saying anything, but that's because they also don't know anything. At least that's what I was told when I asked some of them. What? Not even the sect elders are aware of the situation. This situation must be more complicated than we'd expected. For more, visit Light Novel Pub. Calm. Think about it. This is the first time anyone has cleared all 100 floors in the tower, and even the founder could only clear 99 floors, failing on the last floor. I doubt the sect would be willing to reveal a talent like that to the rest of the world right before the Mythic Realm. Oh, right. The Mythic Realm is only around the corner, huh? I cannot wait for this year's tournament. I heard a certain rumor that the other elite sects also accepted a couple of cultivation prodigies. Really? I wonder how they'll fare against our disciples. Do you even need to ask that question? Of course our disciples won't lose. I guess, sometime later, Xuan Wuhan arrived in the area Yuan lived in and looked around for Building 70. Meanwhile, Min Li, who was getting ready for bed, noticed Xuan Wuhan's appearance from her window. Isn't that Grand Elder Xuan's granddaughter? What's she doing here? Min Li mumbled to herself as she tried her best to watch Xuan Wuhan from the window without being noticed. Once she'd found her target, Xuan Wuhan approached Building 70 and knocked on the door after stepping onto the doorstep. New novel chapters are published on litmetamolpub.com. However, when nobody answered the door even a minute later, Xuan Wuhan knocked on it again, this time with even more force. Don't tell me that they've already started doing that. Xuan Wuhan cried inwardly, feeling uncomfortable all over her body for some reason. Yuan, are you inside? Xuan Wuhan knocked on the door while shouting out loud, sounding a little bit desperate. It's me, Xuan Wuhan, hurry up and open the door. But alas, Yuan had long logged off the game and would not be able to hear her voice no matter how loud she shouted. However, it was a different story for Fei Yuyan, who'd recently fallen asleep with much difficulty, and Xuan Wuhan's constant knocking eventually woke her up. Damn it! What kind of rude person would knock on the door so loudly this late? And I'd finally managed to sleep too. Fei Yuyan quickly got off the bed and went downstairs before opening the door in an agitated manner. Who's barking so loudly in the middle of the night? What are you, a dog? Name yourself. Fei Yuyan spoke in an angry voice as she opened the door. Author's note, join privilege for 1 coin and help this novel reach number 1 for win-win. I will mass release 5 chapters if we reach this goal. You also get VIP chapters for joining. Privilege is only available on the app for mobile. Chapter 174. Why are you here? Who are you calling a dog? I'm Xuan Wuhan, a core disciple. Xuan Wuhan responded to Fei Yuyan's words. Disciple Xuan? Fei Yuyan's eyes widened with surprise when she saw Xuan Wuhan's familiar face standing right in front of her, and she continued, What are you doing here so late at night? Disciple Fei? Xuan Wuhan's eyes also widened with shock when she saw a familiar face. She then looked at the building number to make sure that she was in the right place. However, she suddenly recalled that they were currently at the outer court. Even if this wasn't Yuan's building, what is a core disciple like Fei Yuyan doing here? This is Disciple Yuan's house, right? Xuan Wuhan decided to ask her. Fei Yuyan immediately began sweating cold sweats, and she stared at Xuan Wuhan with a nervous look on her face, clearly hesitant to tell the truth. However, since Xuan Wuhan mentioned Yuan's name, Xuan Wuhan is clearly related to him one way or another, so there was no way she could lie in this situation. Yes, this is Disciple Yuan's house. Fei Yuan answered after a moment of awkward silence. After another moment of awkward silence, Xuan Wuhan spoke. If you don't mind me asking, what are you doing in another disciple's house so late at night? And a male disciple, too. However, Fei Yuan didn't answer her question and instead asked, I can ask you the same. Why are you looking for disciple Yuan so late in the night? I thought you wouldn't return to the sect until next week. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Xuan Wuhan frowned slightly and said, Well, my schedule has changed, and I have returned now, okay? As for why I'm here, I was the one who introduced Yuan to the Dragon Essence Temple. Of course, I would want to see how he's doing in the sect now that I have returned. What? You were the one who brought Yuan to the sect? Does this mean you know his background? Fei Yuyan's eyes widened after hearing Xuan Wuhan's words. That's right, I know his background. I know everything about him. Xuan Wuhan lied to Fei Yuyan without even thinking about it. Can you tell me? I've been trying to figure out his background, but I can only assume that he's from one of the 4 great families. Fei Yuyan sighed. F4 great families? Yuan? Xuan Wuhan looked at Fei Yuyan with a shocked look on her face. You mean he's not? Fei Yuyan raised her eyebrows, looking a little suspicious of Xuan Wuhan's reaction. I'm not telling you anything. After all, I'd promised him that I'd not reveal his identity to anyone. If you want to know so badly, why don't you ask him yourself? Xuan Wuhan decided to play the "it's a secret" card, narrowly escaping the hole she'd dug herself. Fei Yuyan narrowed her eyes at Xuan Wuhan before shaking her head a moment later and saying, Anyway, I don't have the time or energy to entertain you right now. If you're looking for disciple Yuan, he's already retired for the night. Come back tomorrow morning. Fei Yuyan proceeded to close the door on Xuan Wuhan's face, but a quick reaction from Xuan Wuhan's foot stopped the door from closing. Updated from lightnovelpub.com. Wait a second. I have answered your question, but you still haven't answered mine. What are you, a core disciple, doing in Yuan's living quarters at this time? Don't tell me you're staying here. Why does it matter? It's none of your business what I do with another disciple. But if answering your question will make you go away, then yes, I am currently staying in disciple Yuan's home for the time being. Xuan Wuhan gritted her teeth at Fei Yuyan. Although there has been no enmity between the two of them before today, their current situation has definitely lowered their opinions of each other. Now, if you don't have anything else, please go away. I would like to get back into my bed and sleep, something you disturbed with your rude knocking, Fei Yuyan said as she tried to close the door again. However, Xuan Wuhan refused to move her foot, blocking Fei Yuyan from closing the door on her. What is your problem, Disciple Xuan? You may be the Grand Elder's granddaughter, but even you have to follow the sect rules, and what you're doing right now is definitely breaking the sect rules. What sect rule am I breaking exactly? Xuan Wuhan shamelessly asked her. You? Fei Yuyan was speechless. Unlike Yuan, she did not memorize the rule book, hence why she could not answer Xuan Wuhan's question. How about this? To make sure you're not defiling my innocent friend, I'll also stay in this house to keep watch. Xuan Duifuan suddenly suggested, updated from lightnovelpub C come D file. How dare you? Who do you think I am? Why would I defile anyone? Fei Yuyan exclaimed. And what are you, a guard dog? You're acting mighty suspicious, Disciple Fei. Why are you not telling me your reason for being here if you have nothing to hide? Xuan Wuhan said with narrowed eyes. Because Fei Yuyan rubbed her eyes and sighed. Fine, I'll tell you. Will you leave me alone if I do that? Of course, Xuan Wuhan nodded. Fei Yuyan took a deep breath before explaining to Xuan Wuhan about the zither competition and Yuan becoming her partner. Hence why she's staying over at his house, so they can practice more efficiently. Xuan Wuhan was speechless after learning the situation, even feeling somewhat guilty for her behavior. I'm sorry for misunderstanding the situation, but if it's only something like this, why did you try to hide it, like you're doing something immoral? Xuan Wuhan said afterward. I don't know. Fei Yuyan said, Anyway, I'm too tired, and I still have practice tomorrow with Disciple Yuan. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pubcom. Wait a moment. One more thing, Xuan Wuhan quickly said. What is it? Fei Yuyan looked at her with a tired expression. Can I come tomorrow and watch you two practice? Xuan Wuhan asked. Do whatever you want as long as it doesn't disturb our practice. Fei Yuyan said before closing the door, leaving Xuan Wuhan standing outside with a dazed look on her face. Author's note: join privilege for only 1 coin and help this novel reach number 1 for win-win. I will mass release 5 chapters if we reach this goal. You also get access to VIP chapters for joining. Privilege is only available on the app for mobile. Chapter 175, Unexpected Guests. Xuan Wuhan. What's her relationship with Disciple Yuan, really? Fei Yuyan mumbled to herself as she entered her bed to sleep. But alas, it took her another hour to fall asleep again, mostly because she kept wondering about Xuan Wuhan and Yuan's relationship. As for Xuan Wuhan, she reluctantly left the area, but she did not return to her own house. Instead, she went to bother Elder Xuan, her grandfather. Heavens, what did I just witness? Min Li covered her mouth in shock after eavesdropping on Xuan Wuhan and Fei Yuyan's small argument. This is the first time she's ever heard of 2 core disciples arguing with each other over an outer court disciple. It's fine. Even though I may be at a disadvantage in terms of our disciple status, I will sooner or later become a core disciple, and I'm also from one of the 7 legacy families. Furthermore, my appearance isn't worse than theirs. At least I don't think I'm losing in that aspect. Min Li thought to herself, trying to convince herself that she wasn't losing to Xuan Wuhan and Fei Yuyan, as they are clearly also trying to secure a place in Yuan's heart. Meanwhile, in the real world, Yuan peacefully cultivated for the rest of the night, completely oblivious to the small drama that had occurred at his house between 2 top beauties in the Dragon Essence Temple. Once morning came, and Yuru returned to his room and finished her daily routine, Yuan returned to the game. She's still sleeping? Yuan raised his eyebrows when he didn't see Fei Yuyan in the living room, as he'd expected her to be awake by now. Maybe she'd pushed herself too hard during yesterday's practice. Yuan thought to himself. Knock, knock. Somebody knocked on the door a few seconds after Yuan took a seat in the living room to wait for Fei Yuyan. Who could be here so early in the morning? Yuan wondered to himself as he went to open the door. Hello, Disciple Yuan. A familiar face greeted him at the door. Disciple Min? What's the matter? Yuan asked her. Nothing important. I heard you playing the zither yesterday, and I just wanted to listen to it more clearly. Do you mind if I watch you play the zither today? Min Li asked him, whilst trying her best to not blush. However, to Min Li's surprise, Yuan apologized to her. Did our practice bother you yesterday? I hope it didn't disturb your cultivation, and I'm really sorry if it did. And you could have at least let me know if it did. Min Li was slightly speechless. Most buildings in the Dragon Essence Temple are enforced with formations that block sound from leaving or entering the house, so that one wouldn't be able to disturb others during their cultivation, or vice versa. So there was no way that Min Li could have heard Yuan playing the zither, no matter how loud he played it. Deed, don't worry about it. I really enjoyed it, or else I would have knocked on your door sooner. Min Li responded in a stiff voice a moment later. Yuan nodded afterward and said, I'm relieved, and you're definitely welcome to watch us practice the zither today. Thank you, Disciple Yuan, Min Li said to him, pretending as though their recent conversation had never happened. Knock, knock, knock. And just as Min Li took a seat in the living room, the door was knocked on again. Who could it be this time? Yuan raised his eyebrows, wondering why there were so many guests today. Hello, Yuan. It's been a while. Xuan Wuhan greeted Yuan at the door this time. Xuan Wuhan. Yuan was pleasantly surprised to see her face. What are you doing here? Yuan asked her. What do you mean by that, Yuan? Am I a fellow disciple of the sect, not supposed to be here? Xuan Wuhan asked him. The source of this content is lightnovelpub.com. Seeing Yuan's speechless face, Xuan Wuhan smiled and said, I'm joking with you, Yuan. Anyway, I have heard about the zither competition and how you're going to participate in it with Disciple Fei, and I would like to watch you practice. After all, you'll need some audience to judge your performance, right?" Hearing her words, Yuan nodded. "That makes sense. Although Disciple Fei hasn't woken up yet, please come inside. She's still sleeping? What a lazy girl." Xuan Wuhan took this opportunity to smear some dirt on Fei Yuyan's image. Xuan Wuhan entered the building a moment later. However, to her surprise, there was already another individual inside the living room. "You? Aren't you Min Li from the Seven Legacies family? What are you doing here?" Xuan Wuhan looked at Min Li with wide eyes. I am here to listen to their practice," Min Li said. "You? Don't you have better things to do as a member of the Seven Legacy families?" Xuan Wuhan raised her eyebrows, and she stared at Min Li with a suspicious gaze. "What does belonging to the Seven Legacy families have anything to do with this?" Min Li responded calmly. Even though she was before a core disciple, she wasn't feeling scared or nervous like most disciples would be if they were in her shoes right now. Yuxuan Wuhan was speechless, mostly because she had nothing good to say. Sometime later, Xuan Wuhan said to Yuan, "If Disciple Fei doesn't wake up soon, I'll go knock on her door." However, Yuan shook his head and said, "There's no need to wake her up. She practiced for many hours yesterday, so she's definitely very tired." "Then what about your practice?" "I can still practice by myself. Let's go outside to the backyard so that we don't disturb Disciple Fei," Yuan suggested. Xuan Wuhan nodded, and she followed Yuan outside with Min Li following behind her. Once they were outside, Yuan sat behind the zither and prepared to play it. Xuan Wuhan and Min Li swallowed nervously, feeling somewhat anxious to see Yuan play the zither for some reason. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. Author's note: join Privilege for only 1 coin and help this novel reach #1 for win-win. I will mass release 5 chapters if we reach this goal. You also get access to VIP chapters for joining. Privilege is only available on the app for mobile. Chapter 176 overslept once the guests were seated, and he was prepared to play the zither. Yuan placed his fingers on the zither and began pulling the strings, causing them to tremble and send out musical notes that massaged one's brain and transported their mind to the heavens. Xuan Wuhan and Min Li's jaw simultaneously dropped to the ground when they heard Yuan playing the zither for the first time, looking like they'd just witnessed their ancestors crawling from their graves, and it had only taken them a few seconds to recognize Yuan's talents. This guy? He's not only talented in cultivation, but he's also talented with instruments. "Is there anything he's not talented in?" Xuan Wuhan cried inwardly. "What amazing music that he's producing! Not even the expert musicians in my family can play the zither as well as he does," Min Li thought to herself. The 2 ladies quickly indulged themselves in Yuan's music, as did the disciples near that area once they heard Yuan's music, even stopping their movements to close their eyes and enjoy the music. "Who's playing the zither? I thought it was Fairy Fei at first, but the Dragon Pavilion isn't even close to this place." One of the disciples wandering outside asked the other disciples, who else besides Fairy Fei would have the ability to play the zither to such an extent in the sect? Furthermore, I heard from some disciples that they'd spotted Fairy Fei in the outer court yesterday. Maybe she's playing the zither somewhere in the outer court. If that's the case, I want to watch her performance. Me too. Let's try to locate her. Updated from Light Smolv Elpub. Calm thus, the outer court disciples, with their interest piqued, decided to follow the sound of the zither. Once they'd arrived at the area that housed the most important and privileged disciples in the outer court, these outer court disciples stopped and didn't dare to traverse any further. "It's coming from this area, but normal disciples aren't allowed in this area. This place is where all of the top disciples live, right? I think it'd be fine as long as we do not disturb them. After all, there is no sect rule stating that we cannot enter this place. You don't know? There have been many incidents where ignorant disciples would enter this place only to get beaten by the disciples living here, as they treat this place as some sort of sacred sanctuary where only the privileged are allowed to traverse, If you don't mind getting beaten, you can go ahead and enter this place." When the other disciples heard such a thing, they immediately tossed the idea of entering this place out of their minds. Although they wanted to watch Fairy Faye's zither performance, it wasn't worth risking offending someone in this place and possibly their life as well. If we cannot enter this place, why don't we all just stand here and listen to the music instead? We don't really need to watch Fairy Faye perform it since we don't normally do that anyway. Sounds reasonable. Okay, I'm staying here. Thus, the disciples there decided to gather outside the area and quickly crowded the place. Sometime later, inside Yuan's house, Fei Yuyan rubbed her eyes in a tired manner. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. What time is it? She opened her eyes and stared at the unfamiliar ceiling with a dazed face. Oh no, it's already way past morning. I was supposed to practice with Disciple Yuan. It's all that darn Disciple Xuan's fault that I'd overslept, Fei Yuyan cried out loud when she saw the slightly orange sky outside, and she quickly fixed her appearance before running outside her room. However, the entire house was dead silent, almost like she lived in this house alone. Fei Yuyan went to knock on Yuan's door, but alas, nobody answered, no matter how much she knocked. Where did he go? Fei Yuyan frowned, wondering where Yuan could have gone at this time. Maybe he went to get food. With this in mind, Fei Yuyan went to wash her face before leaving the house. However, the moment she opened the door, she could hear a heavenly sound that could only be played by a zither. This is? Fei Yuyan immediately turned around to look behind the building before closing the door and approaching the backyard. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Once she opened the door to the backyard, Yuan's zither music immediately flowed into her ears and caused her body to tremble with delight. Yuan noticed Fei Yuyan's presence, but it did not distract his performance, and he continued to play the song until the end. At the end of the song, Yuan turned to look at the dazed Fei Yuyan and said to her with a smile on his face, "Good morning, Disciple Fei, or should I say good afternoon?" Xuan Wuhan and Min Li turned to look at Fei Yuyan once they noticed her presence. So you're finally awake, huh? Took you long enough? Yuan has been practicing the zither this entire time without any breaks. At this rate, you'll be a burden to him in the competition, Xuan Wuhan said to Fei Yuyan while shaking her head. Fei Yuyan immediately trembled in anger and shouted at Xuan Wuhan, "Whose fault do you think it is that I overslept? If you didn't wake me up in the middle of the night by knocking on the door like a rude ape, I would have woken up on time." Who are you, calling an ape? There are things you cannot say to a fellow sister no matter how angry you are, Xuan Wuhan exclaimed. "Shut up! I don't want to hear anything from you," Fei Yuyan said. "The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub. Calm down. There's no need to yell at each other," Yuan said to them with a slightly startled look on his face, and he continued while looking at Fei Yuyan. "There is still plenty of time until the day's over, so it's not like you've wasted an entire day." Fei Yuyan nodded and said in a casual voice, "I don't have the time to argue with an ape. I'm going to practice now." This bit, Xuan Wuhan gritted her teeth. While she wanted to yell at Fei Yuyan, she didn't want to disturb their practice, so she forcefully swallowed her anger and pretended like she never heard Fei Yuyan's insults. Author's note: join Privilege for only 1 coin and help this novel reach #1 for win-win. I will mass release 5 chapters if we reach this goal. You also get access to VIP chapters for joining. Privilege is only available on the app for mobile. Chapter 177, Otherworldly Music. Anyway, since I've missed half of today's practice, let's do something different. I had planned on doing something similar to our practice yesterday, but alas, Fei Yuyan sighed, and she continued. Do you remember what I said about last competition's final part, where you must follow the judge and play their song alongside them? This is what we're going to be doing today. I will play a song and you'll play alongside me. Yuan nodded, and he asked afterward, "Are we going to play a new song?" Of course. The judges will create a new song just for the competition, so nobody besides themselves would know the song beforehand, as that would give the participants an unfair advantage, and we don't want that. Anyway, I will play the song once, and you'll have 10 minutes to prepare. Fei Yuan suddenly paused, and she said in an awkward voice a moment later, "But you've already been doing that, even for yesterday's practice." "Ah, what should we do now? I was going to ask you to use new songs so I can follow you, but do you even know any new songs?" Fei Yuan asked Yuan, as she has been the one teaching him new songs this entire time. Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding. "I think I can do that, eh? Really? You know songs that even I don't know?" Fei Yuan stared at him with a gawking look on her face, as she truly didn't expect that from him. Yuan nodded and said, "I know a few songs from my hometown. Although I've never played them on the zither, it's not my first time playing the same song on different instruments." "That's great. Let's hear one of them," Fei Yuan said with her interest piqued, silently wondering to herself what kind of music Yuan had prepared for her. The source of this content is lightnovelpub.com. Give me a moment. It's been a while since I played those songs. Yuan closed his eyes and proceeded to recall some of the songs that he'd played in the real world when he was still active as a musician. A few minutes later, with his eyes still closed, Yuan placed his fingers back on the zither and began playing the song from his memories. What kind of music is this? Fei Yuan's jaw dropped to the ground when she heard this song that was like nothing she has ever heard of before, almost like it was otherworldly. While it's only normal for songs to not sound similar to each other, they mostly followed a similar theme or feeling. Yet the song played by Yuan right now did not follow such rule and sounded oddly foreign. As for Xuan Wuhan and Min Li, while they don't know much about music, they knew instantly how unique this song sounded purely from the atmosphere it created. Hell, even the disciples gathered outside the area were dumbfounded by such a drastic change in music, feeling like they'd suddenly been tossed into another world. A few minutes later, Yuan stopped his movements and turned to look at Fei Yuan. "What do you think?" he asked her. Fei Yuan stared at him with a speechless look, clearly taken aback by the unfamiliar music. "Follow current novels on LitNovelPub." It sounds great, but how am I supposed to play that kind of song?" "Are you teasing me right now?" Fei Yuan said to him. "Huh, what do you mean? Why would I be teasing you?" Yuan looked at her with wide eyes, as he didn't expect such a response from her. "That song you just played is objectively extremely difficult, as it has many unique notes, and the speed you played it is also incredibly fast. There's no way I can play something that profound after hearing it once. Even the song created by the judges for the previous competition wasn't anything like this." Fei Yuan explained to Yuan her frustration. "Really? It didn't feel like that for me." Yuan pondered, and he continued a moment later, "Okay, I will try to play something that has less unique notes and with a slower pace in general." After taking a deep breath, Yuan began playing another song that was from his world, Oh. Fei Yuan raised her eyebrows after listening to this song. Although it still sounds foreign and otherworldly, it wasn't as chaotic and fast-paced as the previous song, allowing her mind to follow it properly. Sometime later, after Yuan finished the song, Fei Yuan said to him, "Okay, give me 10 minutes." Yuan nodded and patiently waited for Fei Yuan to prepare herself. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com once. Fei Yuan was ready. She looked at Yuan and nodded her head while her fingers were already on the zither. 3, 2, 1. Ting Yuan and Fei Yuan began playing the zither simultaneously, and Fei Yuan tried her best to follow Yuan's pace. But alas, even someone inexperienced with music like Xuan Wuhan and Min Li could tell that Fei Yuan was falling behind and making mistakes. Halfway into the song, Fei Yuan suddenly stopped moving her fingers and stared at the zither with a slightly flushed face, embarrassed that she was unable to play any further. "Damn it! I'm the one that's supposed to be teaching him, not the other way around. When did our roles change? And his performance is simply too flawless. I am barely able to play the song because his music would always distract me, tempting me to stop playing to fully focus on listening to his beautiful music. However, if I don't listen to his music, I won't be able to follow along. At this rate, I'll really be a burden in the competition. Once Fei Yuan stopped playing the zither, Yuan also stopped before asking her, "Do you want to start again from the beginning?" After a moment of silence, Fei Yuan nodded in a bashful manner. Xuan Wuhan chuckled when she saw this. So much for the #1 zither expert in the sect Fairy Fei, updated from Light Novel Pub. Fei Yuan's eyebrows twitched after hearing Xuan Wuhan's words, but she ignored it and pretended like she didn't hear it and prepared to play the zither again. Author's note: join privilege for only 1 coin and help this novel reach #1 for win-win. I will mass release 5 chapters if we reach this goal. You also get access to VIP chapters for joining. Privilege is only available on the app for mobile. Chapter 178. Not Interested in Men. After taking a deep breath, Fei Yuan began playing the zither again with Yuan, trying her best to synchronize her music with his. But alas, she stopped playing again somewhere in the middle of the song. "This is too difficult," Fei Yuan cried inwardly with her back soaked in sweat despite barely practicing. "It's okay. We can start again and do this until you can finish the song," Yuan said to her in a soothing tone, almost like he was trying to make her feel better. However, Fei Yuan shook her head and said, "Then that would make this entire practice pointless. If I cannot follow the judge after 1 try, I'll immediately fail." "But if you don't practice, how will you improve?" "It's called practice for a reason. That's easy for a genius like you to say." Fei Yuan sighed. "People may call me a genius, but I have spent more time practicing the instruments than anyone at my age when I was a mere child, even those twice or thrice my age. Every day, without fail, I would spend at least 10 hours a day practicing different instruments, even on the days that I have competitions and whatnot." Yuan sighed after recalling the amount of time he'd spent practicing the instruments. He'd spent so much time on instruments that his social life was basically non-existent outside of his family and a small circle of people. 10 hours a day, every day. Everybody there looked at him with wide eyes. How does he cultivate if he spends all of his time practicing instruments? The most up-to-date novels are published on Light Novel Pub .com. Anyway, let's continue to practice. I'm sure you'll get it right soon or later. Once you get it right for the first time, it'll be much easier next time, even if it's with a new song," Yuan said to Fei Yuan, who nodded in a dazed manner. Thus the two of them continued to practice with Fei Yuan, trying her best to synchronize with Yuan's performance. Of course, Fei Yuan had stopped midway a couple more times, but there was clear progress, albeit rather slow. After a dozen failures, Fei Yuan finally managed to complete the song with Yuan, but her performance was still questionable at best, with multiple mistakes. Meanwhile, the disciples listening to their performance outside were puzzled by the weird noises coming from Yuan's building. "Who's that second zither player? This amateur is ruining Fairy Fei's flawless performance. Maybe Fairy Fei is teaching someone the zither. Aya, what a damn pity and a waste of Fairy Fei's time." The disciples there complained about this amateur player, completely unaware that they were all dissing the same Fairy Fei that they were praising. New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub .com. Meanwhile, somewhere in the inner court, Elder Shan looked at the pill in her hands with a proud expression on her face. "I have finally completed this enhanced pill of concealment. Now I just need to give it to Disciple Yuan," Elder Shan mumbled to herself as she left her building and made her way towards Yuan's living quarters. However, to her surprise, there were hundreds of outer court disciples gathered outside the area, dumbfounding Elder Shan when she witnessed this scene. "What the heck is going on here?" Elder Shan approached the crowd and spoke loudly. "What is the cause of this gathering?" When the disciples turned around and saw Elder Shan's beautiful face, they immediately lowered their heads and greeted her. "Greetings, Elder Shan." After their greetings, the disciples proceeded to explain their situation to her. "What? My disciple is playing the zither in this area?" Elder Shan raised her eyebrows. Then she recalled how Fei Yuan's going to be participating in the zither competition with Yuan. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. She must be practicing with him, huh? Elder Shan thought to herself before speaking out loud, "Well, this is not a place for disciples to gather. If you want to listen to her zither music, You can wait until she decides to visit the Dragon Pavilion. Now scram." Although they were reluctant to leave, there was simply no way these outer court disciples could defy a sect elder, much less a high-ranking sect elder like Elder Shan. Once the disciples left the scene, they all mumbled to each other, "Man, this is my first time seeing Elder Shan in such a close distance. Her title as the prettiest sect elder is not for show. I heard she was even the #1 fairy back when she was still a young disciple. Man, if only I can have a partner like that. Quit your dreaming. Don't you know that Elder Shan has no interest in men? Rumor has it that she's only interested in women, hence why she only accepts female disciples." "Really? Damn, what a pity. But that's also hot in its own ways." Sometime later, Elder Shan approached Yuan's building and knocked on the door, and she shouted loudly, "Disciple Fei, come outside." "Eh? That sounds like my master. What's she doing here?" "Fei," Yuan turned around with a puzzled look on her face. "And why did she call for me when this is clearly your house?" Fei Yuan then placed her zither down and went to open the door. "Master, what are you doing here?" Fei Yuan asked her after greeting her. "I have something for Disciple Yuan," Elder Shan said, and she continued, "Are you guys practicing right now?" "Yes, but since it's getting late, we're about to stop." "Oh, I know it's only been 2 days, but let me see your progress," Elder Shan said. "I have been curious about Disciple Yuan's zither skills ever since you asked him to be your partner for the competition." "Ah." Fei Yuan immediately hesitated, mostly because she didn't want Elder Shan to learn that Yuan has already surpassed her with the zither. "Ah, whatever. She's going to learn about it sooner or later." Fei Yuan sighed inwardly before nodding her head. A few moments later, Fei Yuan returned to the backyard with Elder Shan by her side, dumbfounding Xuan Wuhan and Min Li. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Elder Shan also raised her eyebrows when she noticed the two of them, as she wasn't expecting any other guests other than herself. Author's note: We have reached our goal of 1 for win-win, but we must stay in this position until the end of the month for the 5 chapters mass release. Support the novel by joining Privilege at the low cost of 1 coin. Only available in the mobile app. Chapter 179. Enhanced Pill of Concealment. Elder Shan, Xuan Wuhan, and Min Li quickly stood up from their comfortable seats and bowed to her once they realized who she was. Disciple Xuan and Disciple Min. "What are you two doing here?" Elder Shan unconsciously asked them. "We're here to watch them practice," Xuan Wuhan said. "Oh, but I thought you wouldn't be back at the sect for another week. Did something happen at home?" Elder Shan looked at Xuan Wuhan with raised eyebrows. "And no, nothing happened. I just felt like coming back earlier," Xuan Wuhan said with a somewhat stiff smile on her face. "You? Ha ha ha. Now that's something I didn't expect to hear from someone renowned for spending more time outside the sect than inside." Elder Shan laughed for a moment before turning to look at Yuan and speak. "Come with me for a second, Disciple Yuan. I have something for you." Yuan nodded and followed her into the house. "Here, this is an enhanced pill of concealment. It'll suppress your cultivation for an entire realm." Yuan nodded and accepted the pill. "What about the effects of the current pill? What happens if I swallow 2 pills with similar effects?" Yuan asked her a moment later. "Right, that's what this pill is for." Elder Shan retrieved another pill and showed it to him. It was a clear white pill without any special auras or designs on it. This is the pill of cleansing. It'll erase all pill effects that are currently affecting your body. As for your second question, it depends on the pill. If you swallow 2 pill of concealment, you might get a stomachache at worst. However, if you swallow 2 very powerful pills, your body might explode. So you must be cautious of what you eat and not eat pills carelessly. Explode? I haven't heard that word in a while. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice before looking at the pills in his hand. Powerful Pill of Concealment, Tier 2, Purity 77%. Effects: temporarily conceals your cultivation base by an entire realm for 15 days. Description: Only works if you are below Spirit Master Pill of Cleansing, Tier 1 Purity, 97% for more. Visit lightenedoflpub.com. Effects: remove all Tier 3 and below pill effects that are affecting your body. Description: only works if the pills are below Tier 3. After swallowing the Pill of Cleansing, a notification appeared. You have consumed Pill of Cleansing. The effects of Pill of Concealment has been removed. Yuan could feel his aura exploding outwards after consuming the Pill of Cleansing. However, that aura didn't last very long, as Yuan swallowed the powerful Pill of Concealment a few seconds later, and his peak Spirit Warrior aura lowered until it resembled someone at the peak Spirit Apprentice level. Great. It worked perfectly. Elder Shan nodded, with a prideful look on her face. Yuan raised his eyebrows at her and said, "You mean you weren't certain of its effects? Updated from LitRPG? Elder Shan chuckled and said, "Of course I'm certain, but there is no such thing as a perfect pill. At least I have never seen one before. Anyway, let me listen to some of your zither music before I leave. I'm very intrigued by your abilities in music." Elder Shan then said to him, "Okay." Yuan nodded. They left the building and returned to the backyard shortly after. "You're going to be staying here too?" Xuan Wuhan asked Elder Shan after noticing that she was taking a seat. "Might as well, since I am already here," Elder Shan nodded. A few moments later, Yuan returned to his seat behind the zither and turned to look at Fei Yuyan. "Should we continue what we've been doing?" Hearing his words, Fei Yuyan quickly shook her head and said, It's okay. Since my master has heard of my zither play many times before, and she is mostly here for your performance, you can play by yourself." Yuan didn't think too much of Fei Yuyan's words and nodded. For more, visit lightenedoflpub.com. After taking a deep breath, Yuan began playing one of Fei Yuyan's songs on the zither. "This is—" Elder Shan's eyes immediately widened just a few seconds into Yuan's performance, as she only needed to see Yuan's graceful movements and listen to the first few music notes to recognize his talents. He's already on another level compared to Disciple Fei. Did he really just learn the zither not long ago? This is really hard to believe, even with his godlike talents. Unless his comprehension ability works on other things besides cultivation techniques, which would be beyond heaven-defying. A few minutes later, after finishing his first song, Yuan proceeded on to the second song after a brief pause. Elder Shan closed her eyes to enjoy the music. "I have not felt this relaxed in many, many years," Elder Shan thought to herself as she unconsciously dozed off. Sometime later, Yuan stopped playing the zither after his fifth song, and to his surprise, when he turned to look at Elder Shan, she was completely asleep with a peaceful expression on her face. When the ladies there noticed Yuan's look, they turned to look at Elder Shan as well. Visit lightenedoflpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Is she's asleep? Fei Yuan's eyes widened with shock. Should we wake her up? I would feel guilty waking up someone with that kind of sleeping face, Xuan Wuhan said. "Oh, but you don't feel guilty for waking me up last night?" Fei Yuyan glared at her. "This and that are two different situations." Xuan Wuhan shrugged in a nonchalant manner. "You little," Fei Yuyan raised her voice, accidentally waking Elder Shan. Did I fall asleep?" Elder Shan rubbed her eyes before recalling that she was not inside her own room. Elder Shan's face immediately blushed, and then she cleared her throat loudly before speaking in an awkward voice. That was a great performance, Disciple Yuan. I haven't felt this relaxed for a long time. Maybe I should visit you again in the future when I'm having trouble sleeping. Anyway, I just remembered that I have some work I need to finish. See you disciples later. Wolf for win-win, but we must stay in this position until the end of the month for the 5 chapters mass release. Support the novel by joining Privilege at the low cost of 1 coin, only available in the mobile app. Chapter 180. Do whatever you want. After saying her goodbyes, Elder Shan quickly disappeared from the scene with a slightly rosy complexion on her beautiful face. Once Elder Shan was gone, Fei Yuyan said, "I guess we can stop practice here for today." Good job, Disciple Yuan, and I apologize for sleeping through half of today's practice. Yuan nodded, since it was also about time he logged off for dinner. Fei Yuyan then turned to look at Xuan Wuhan and Min Li with a slightly cold expression and said to them, "Show's over. You can go home now." Xuan Wuhan raised her eyebrows, and then she suddenly turned to look at Yuan before asking, "Hey, Yuan, do you mind if I stay here for the night?" What? What are you trying to achieve here, Disciple Xuan? Why would you want to stay here?" Fei Yuyan was the first to react to Xuan Wuhan's words. "Why not? I'm too tired to walk after sitting here for the entire day. I'd rather just stay here for the night. It's fine, right, Yuan?" Xuan Wuhan asked him again. Everyone there turned to glare at Yuan with an intensive gaze, but Yuan didn't even budge an eyebrow and nodded calmly. "I don't mind. But you should get permission first, like Disciple Fei, right away." Xuan Wuhan immediately retrieved her communication jade slip and contacted Elder Xuan, her grandfather. The source of this content is VRMMO.com. A few seconds later, Elder Xuan's voice resounded in a casual manner. "What's the matter now?" "Grandpa, I'm going to stay over at Yuan's house tonight. Can I get your permission real quick?" Xuan Wuhan said. Elder Xuan did not immediately respond and remained silent for a good moment until a low mumble finally responded, sounding a little helpless. "Go ahead, do whatever you want." "Thanks, Grandpa." After deactivating the communication jade slip, Xuan Wuhan looked at Yuan and said with a bright smile on her face, contrary to her exhausted state, and she said, "Well, there you have it. I'll be staying here tonight." This little Fei Yuyan silently gritted her teeth at Xuan Wuhan's shameless abuse of her background. Meanwhile, Min Li sighed inwardly. If only I didn't live directly next door to him. Because she lived so close to him, she wasn't able to use the same excuse as Xuan Wuhan. The most up-to-date novels are published on litnovelpub.com. Sometime later, Xuan Wuhan went to find a room for the night, whilst Fei Yuyan went to clean her body of the sweats she'd accumulated from practice. If news of Yuan staying in the same building as two top fairies for the night were to spread to the other disciples, there would without a doubt be an army of angry people gathered in front of his house on the same day. Once Fei Yuyan came out of the bathroom, Yuan went to clean himself next. "I never knew you were such an aggressive woman, Disciple Xuan," Fei Yuyan said to Xuan Wuhan after running into her while walking towards her own room. "How can you act so shamelessly? I wonder what would happen if the disciples knew that one of the three graceful fairies was such a woman." Hearing her words, Xuan Wuhan pretended to be stupid and said, "I have no idea what you're talking about. I am simply sleeping over at a friend's house." "Meanwhile, you're taking advantage of your situation as partners. It wouldn't take you even an hour to get here from your place. Yet you'd opted to stay in a man's house even though you barely know him. Perhaps you are actually secretly hoping that something might happen." "Nonsense. Even if it's just 1 hour, it adds up. We only have 1 week before the competition. If I take 1 hour to come here and another to return home every day, that's at least 14 hours that could have been used towards our practice. And I know Disciple Yuan isn't that type of person, so I am not expecting anything." Yeah, whatever you say, partner who overslept and missed half of today's practice," Xuan Wuhan said in an obnoxiously sarcastic voice. That's all your fault, I swear to heaven, Disciple. Xuan, don't push my limit." Fei Yuyan glared at her with narrowed eyes. However, before their tension increased any further, Yuan appeared and said with an innocent look on his face, "What's wrong? This content is taken from litnovelpub.com and nothing." Fei Yuyan immediately smiled and said to him, "Good night, Disciple Yuan. I definitely won't repeat the same mistakes tomorrow. Good night, Yuan. I can't wait to hear more of your music tomorrow." Xuan Wuhan also said to him with a smile on her face, acting like her little fight with Fei Yuyan never happened. Yuan nodded and said, "Good night to both of you." They all went to their respective rooms shortly after, while Fei Yuyan immediately went to sleep and Xuan Wuhan stayed up for a few more hours to cultivate. Yuan logged off the game to eat dinner. After dinner, Yuan spent the rest of the night cultivating until it was morning. In the morning, Yuro cleaned his body and fed him breakfast before going to school while Yuan returned to the game. "Good morning, disciple Yuan." Fei Yuan greeted him in an elegant manner when he appeared in the living room, even casually sipping on tea like she'd been awake for some time. "Good morning, disciple Fei," Yuan greeted her. "Did you have enough sleep last night?" This content is taken from light novel Pub C of me. Yes, I slept soundly, since there was no monkey disturbing my sleep. Fei Yuan responded with a smile that did not fit her words. Monkey? Yuan raised his eyebrows, wondering why she would mention monkeys in this situation. Some time later, Xuan Wuhan appeared and said, "Oh, looks like you really woke up properly this time. I was even thinking about knocking on your door if you weren't awake by now." Fei Yuan looked at her weirdly, but she decided to ignore Xuan Wuhan ultimately. A few minutes later, Min Li knocked on the door and said, "You'll also be practicing today, right?" Yuan nodded and said, "Yeah, do you want to join us today as well?" "If you don't mind," Min Li nodded, trying her best not to blush. Thus, they began their third day of practice with only 4 days left until the zither competition. Thank you for listening to the story on kevinaudio.com. Chapter 181, Heavenly Melody Academy. You have improved a lot compared to yesterday's practice, disciple Fei," Yuan said to her with an approving smile on his face after another day of practice, resembling a lecturer. "Thank you," Fei Yuan said in a slightly dejected voice, unsure of how she should feel about her situation. On one hand, her zither skills were improving at a rapid rate that she has never experienced before, but on the other hand, she was being taught by a junior disciple who had less experience than her with the zither, putting her senior status to question and even subtly slapping her in the face with his godlike talents. It appears that I am the only one who's really benefiting from this practice. Fei Yuan sighed inwardly, feeling slightly ashamed of herself. At this rate, Yuan might win the entire competition by himself, even without needing your help, disciple Fei, Xuan Wuhan said to her with a smile. Fei Yuan wanted to refute Xuan Wuhan's words, but there was nothing she could say, as she also believed that Yuan has the capability to carry her to third place, even if her performance turns out to be lacking. Sometime later, once the practice was over, Min Li returned to her home next door whilst everyone else went to do their own things. "Don't tell me you're going to stay here again tonight." "I thought it was only for last night," Fei Yuan said to Xuan Wuhan, who was casually laying in her bed and had no intention of leaving any time soon. "Did I say it was only for a single night? Since I am already here, it shouldn't matter if I stayed here for another day or a couple more days," Xuan Wuhan said in a shameless voice. Fei Yuan shook her head and ignored Xuan Wuhan, almost like she was already getting used to her behavior. The following day, Yuan and Fei Yuan went to the backyard early in the morning to practice their zithers with Xuan Wuhan as a spectator, as well as Min Li, who was ignoring her daily routine and practice just to spend more time around Yuan, so she doesn't fall behind these two top beauties who were already ahead of her in terms of relationship and intimacy. If her family knew about this, they would definitely scold her, but fortunately for her, she was the only one from the Min family in the Dragon Essence Temple, while her siblings were at the other and more powerful elite sects. Sometime later, their 4th day of practice came to an end. However, right as everyone there prepared to leave the backyard, a familiar-sounding voice resounded, "Disciple Fei, I'm coming in." Elder Shan did not even wait for one of them to open the door, and opened the door with her own keys before appearing in front of them a moment later. "Master, what's the matter? Did something happen?" Fei Yuan looked at her with a puzzled face, wondering why Elder Shan appeared to be so excited. "You haven't heard the judges for the zither competition have been announced, and you won't believe who'll be judging this year's competition?" Elder Shan said. "Who?" Fei Yuan asked with a slightly dazed look on her face, as she has never seen Elder Shan so excited before. "The Sect Master of Heavenly Melody Academy, Senior Song Linger," Elder Shan said with a smile on her face. "New novel chapters are published on LitRPG. What? Senior Song Linger," Fei Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice, startling Yuan and the other two. "Senior Song Linger? Who's that? Yuan decided to ask her. You don't know Senior Song? The #1 zither expert in the lower heavens? She's even called the Goddess of Music. Goddess of Music? Yuan raised his eyebrows, unsure of how to feel about such an overbearing title. The Heavenly Melody Academy is an elite sect that purely focuses on instruments, with most of, if not all, of their disciples using instruments as their weapons, and their sect master, Senior Song Linger, has mastered over a dozen instruments, with the zither being her favorite. Elder Shan explained to Yuan. Honestly, I wanted to join the Heavenly Melody Academy at first before the Dragon Essence Temple, but I wasn't determined enough to focus on the zither at that time, so I went with the Dragon Essence Temple instead. Fei Yuyan shrugged. Do you regret it? Elder Shan suddenly asked her. You could have definitely become a core disciple there as well with your zither skills. I would be lying if I say that I don't, since there are times when I wonder if I would have done better as a disciple at the Heavenly Melody Academy, but I am mostly glad that I joined the Dragon Essence Temple Master. Fei Yuyan said. Elder Shan nodded with a smile on her face, and she continued, Anyway, there will be 2 more judges alongside Senior Song, but they might as well not be there with Senior Song's presence there. If you can impress her, it will greatly benefit you and maybe even the Dragon Essence Temple's relationship with the Heavenly Melody Academy. Updated from Lightnov All Pubcom, although the Heavenly Melody Academy is vastly different from the other sects, do not underestimate their prowess, as they are ranked the 3rd strongest sect in the lower heavens. What about our Dragon Essence Temple? Where do we rank? Yuan suddenly asked. A bittersweet smile appeared on Elder Shan's face, and she responded, During our founder's era, our Dragon Essence Temple was #1, but alas, ever since his disappearance, we have slowly dropped in the ranks, and we're now only 7th in the ranking. 7th? That's already very good, no? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Of course, but compared to our former glory, it's quite shameful and a slap to our ancestors' faces. Elder Shan sighed. Anyway, I believe that our ranking will soon change for the better, so it's all good. Elder Shan winked her pretty eyes at Yuan, dumbfounding the 3 ladies there, and they silently wondered what else Yuan was hiding from them. Chapter 182, Practicing Until Morning. Shortly after Elder Shan left the place, Fei Yuyan suddenly said, Disciple Yuan, you can rest for the day. I'm going to practice a little longer. Eh? Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows, and he said, You have already practiced for 10 hours today. It's better to get some rest. I know, but I don't think I can calm down so quickly after learning about Senior Song. She has countless admirers, whether it be for her beauty or her musical abilities. I've admired her ever since I can remember, Fei Yuyan said, and she continued, Now that I know about her appearance at the competition, I must not embarrass myself at all costs. Therefore, I am going to practice more and try my best to impress her. Yuan nodded and said to her, Don't overdo it, Disciple Fei. It'll be problematic if you tire yourself out right before the competition. It's happened to me multiple times, so I know how it feels. Fei Yuyan smiled and said, Are you worried about me? Don't forget that I am a cultivator, a spirit warrior. I can practice for an entire week without rest and will still feel perfectly fine. Sometime later, Yuan and the others left the backyard whilst Fei Yuyan remained to practice her zither. Brother, guess what's being talked about in my school? Yuro asked Yuan after she returned home. What? The zither competition. You know, my school is a prestigious school for musicians. There's no way they wouldn't talk about something as massive as the zither competition, Yuro said. Visit LitNovelPub.com for a better experience. In fact, I even know a couple of students in my school who intend on participating in the zither competition. There are people in your school that also know how to play the zither? Yuan asked, with his interest piqued. Yes, a lot of people in my school play Cultivation Online, and they learned to play the zither there. Of course, they are still not very good at it, but they still wanted to participate. As for the others, they'll only be at the competition as a spectator. Yuru then continued, Therefore, try not to reveal yourself, okay? Most people nowadays may not remember you, but there's a lot of students in my school that still remember your talents, brother. especially since I am there. Don't worry, I will be wearing a mask for the competition just in case, Yuan said. Good. Yuru nodded. By the way, I would like to stay in the game tonight and practice the zither some more, Yuan suddenly said. Don't overwork yourself, brother. You should know by now that rest is as important as the practice itself. I know, Yuro. There's no reason for me to overwork myself anyway. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Okay. A few minutes later, Yuan returned inside the game, and he went to the backyard to see whether Fei Yuyan was still practicing or not. And as he'd expected, Fei Yuyan, while being basked in gentle moonlight, was practicing the zither. What's the matter, Disciple Yuan? Fei Yuyan stopped playing to look at him. Couldn't sleep. No, I've just decided to practice some more with you, Yuan said to her. Are you sure you can go ahead and sleep if you want to? I'm doing this on my own accord, so you don't need to feel guilty about leaving me alone, Fei Yuyan said with a smile on her face. I am also here on my own accord, so you don't have to worry. The competition is only a couple of days away, and I don't want to disappoint you, so I'll try my best until then. Disappoint me? Fei Yuyan looked at Yuan with a slightly dazed look on her face. Yuan nodded with a smile and said, Since you came to me and asked me to become your partner, I feel an obligation to meet your expectations. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. Fei Yuyan blushed for some reason after hearing Yuan's words, and she nodded. Since you insist on practicing with me, there's no reason for me to refuse. A few moments later, Yuan sat beside her and placed his hands on the zither. Then let's practice all night, Fei Yuyan said, and they began playing the zither together. This sounds like Disciple Yuan's zither. Min Li, who had her windows open, could suddenly hear another person playing the zither besides Fei Yuyan. The thought of closing the windows to sleep in silence was thrown out of Min Li's mind, and she decided to sleep with the zither music in the background. As for Xuan Wuhan, she was completely oblivious to the situation outside since she didn't have her windows opened, which activates the soundproofing formation and prevents all sound from entering her room. Thus, she spent the entire night in her own room, whilst Yuan and Fei Yuyan played the zither together until it was morning. Wow, it's already morning. It didn't feel like that much time had passed, Fei Yuyan exclaimed when she saw the sun rising on the horizon. Time passes much quicker when we're absorbed, especially when it comes to music. And congratulations, Disciple Fei, you can now perfectly synchronize your music with mine, Yuan said to her with a satisfied smile on his face, feeling incredibly refreshed despite spending all night practicing. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. Did you already forget? You can call me Fei Yuyan when we're alone, she said, also with a smile on her face. Sometime later, Fei Yuyan went back into the house to clean herself. Once they were both clean and refreshed, Fei Yuyan asked Yuan, What do you want to do today? Do you want to continue practicing after a short break? Yuan asked, The competition is only 2 days away, right? The competition doesn't actually start until the 3rd day, but we will take the whole day before the competition to rest and prepare ourselves, so today will be our last day practicing, Fei Yuyan said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded, feeling quite excited about the competition. Chapter 183, Last Day of Practice. I will be right back, Yuan said to Fei Yuyan after taking a shower, as it was about time for him to eat breakfast. Okay, I'll see you in a bit. After returning to his room, Yuan logged off the game and waited for Yuru to do her routine. About an hour later, Yuan logs back into the game to find Fei Yuyan casually sipping tea in the living room. Did you already eat breakfast? Yuan asked her. Breakfast? No, I only eat food once a week, Fei Yuyan casually responded. Eh? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. Once a week? That's unhealthy, especially if you're spending so much time practicing, he said to her. Fei Yuyan raised her eyebrows and said, What are you talking about? As cultivators, we don't need to eat as often as mortals since we feed on spiritual energy. In fact, most cultivators treat food like snacks. Yuan stared at Fei Yuyan with a loose jaw, because his breakthroughs mostly relied on monster cores and fortuitous encounters, such as the carp leaping over Dragon's Gate Tower. He didn't know that he could fill his stomach with spiritual energy alone. New novel chapters are published on LitNovelPub.com. Even if you can fill your stomach with spiritual energy, that still sounds unhealthy. Yuan mumbled, as he cannot even begin to imagine eating no food for an entire week straight. Furthermore, while spiritual energy may be able to fill up one's stomach, what about one's nutrition? Does spiritual energy have the necessary nutrition for one's body? How is that any different from drinking water to fill up one's stomach? If you want to eat something, you can go ahead and eat without me. I can wait for you to return before we start practice. Fei Yuan said to him. Yuan shook his head and said, "No, it's fine. I already ate. We can begin to practice whenever you're ready." Fei Yuan raised her eyebrows. Did he eat inside his room or something? After shaking the questions in her mind away, Fei Yuan tilted her head backward along with the teacup, gulping down the tea at once. "Okay, let's start practice now," Fei Yuan said to him afterward. Yuan nodded, and as he turned to walk outside, Fei Yuan suddenly said, "We can stay inside today. It's raining outside right now." "Oh, okay." Yuan nodded again before taking a seat on the couch. This content is taken from LitNovelPub.com. A few minutes later, once they were in position and prepared, the two of them began playing the zither. Xuan Wuhan woke up an hour later with Min Li knocking on the door a few minutes later. "Wow, it sounds even more impactful since we're inside a closed area," Xuan Wuhan said with a slightly dazed look on her face after listening to her first song for the day. "Also, it sounded like you've both improved a lot since yesterday." "How much did you actually practice last night? Did you even sleep?" Xuan Wuhan asked them afterward. "No, we didn't sleep last night, actually. Instead, we'd spent the entire night playing the zither together, alone." Fei Yuan responded to her in a calm voice. Xuan Wuhan's eyes widened, and she proceeded to stare at Fei Yuan with a speechless look on her face. "Anyway, let's continue," Fei Yuan said to Yuan, and they continued practicing the zither again. Time passed quickly, and before they realized it, it was already night again. "Okay, Disciple Yuan, this is enough for today. Go rest now, and then we'll spend the entire day tomorrow resting even more. Our body and mind must be in perfect shape before the competition, after all," Fei Yuan said to him at the end of their practice session. "Follow current novels on LitNovelPub.com, okay." Yuan nodded and went to shower first this time. Once Yuan returned, Fei Yuan went to clean herself. "What do you think, Yuan? Are you confident in your abilities? Do you think you'll have a chance at third place?" "I don't know much about zither, but if someone like Disciple Fei could reach 7th place, you'll definitely be able to reach 3rd place, if not even 1st place," Xuan Wuhan said to him. "I'm also unsure about my current standing since I am new to the zither, and Disciple Fei is the only other zither player I know and can compare to. However, no matter what happens, I'll play the zither to the best of my abilities and hopefully meet Disciple Fei's expectations," Yuan said with a smile on his face. "You're quite the humble one, despite your talents, Yuan. I really admire that. You're clearly already better than Disciple Fei, who is already highly established and respected in the zither community, yet you act like equals." "Well, I've learned at a very young age to never look down on others regardless of their situation, so I can only look up to or as equal to somebody," Yuan said. "Your parents have taught you well, then," Xuan Wuhan said. However, a bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he said in a slightly dispirited voice, "The only thing my parents taught me was music and instruments. Everything else was either self-taught or taught by my sister." Is that so? Then who taught you to be humble?" Xuan Wuhan asked, feeling a little awkward now, updated from LitNovelPub.com. A weird smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he said, "It took a while, but I learned it after realizing why all of my opponents were crying and staring at me with hatred on their faces after a music competition. Although I didn't realize it until it was too late, I had always looked at my opponents with a cold and indifferent face. Perhaps they mistook my natural expression as arrogance, hence why I was hated by a lot of people." You? Arrogant and indifferent? I cannot imagine it, especially the being hated part. Xuan Wuhan said. Yuan chuckled and said, I don't really remember most of it, but my sister would always tell me how much I have changed compared to my childhood days. Perhaps living most of my life as a cripple had really changed my character. Eh? What did you just say, a cripple? You. Xuan Wuhan and Bin Li stared at Yuan with wide eyes after he accidentally spilled some beans. Chapter 184, Two Life-Saving Treasures. Yuan looked at the two beauties with an awkward look on his face after realizing what he'd just said. Anyway, I'm getting very sleepy, so I'm going to retire for the day. I'll see you all tomorrow, Yuan said to them before rushing upstairs, almost like he was running away before they could further question him. What was that about? Xuan Wuhan and Min Li exchanged looks with each other. Yuan was definitely keeping something from them. But who doesn't have a few secrets they'd rather keep to themselves? It's getting late, so I'll be leaving too. I'll see you tomorrow, Senior Apprentice, Sister Xuan. Min Li said as she left the building. Guess I'll go cultivate. Xuan Wuhan shrugged before going into her room. Where did everyone go? Fei Yuyan came out of the bathroom a few minutes later to see an empty living room. Oh, well? Fei Yuyan shook her head before going into her room and falling asleep shortly later. The following day, Xuan Wuhan asked everyone there, What are you going to do today if you're not going to be practicing the zither? Visit LitNovelPub.com for a better experience. Well, however, before Fei Yuyan could respond, someone knocked on the door before a voice resounded. Are you guys inside? It's me, Master. Fei Yuyan went to open the door after hearing Elder Shan's voice. What's the matter, Master? Fei Yuyan asked after greeting her. What do you mean, the tournament's tomorrow, you know? And I'm here to see if you're ready to leave yet. We're leaving the sect already? I thought we wouldn't have to depart until tomorrow morning, Fei Yuyan said with raised eyebrows, since this did not happen last time. Due to the presence of Heaven and Earth Palace and Senior Song, the place will be much more crowded than last time. If we don't leave now, we'll have trouble getting into the city, Elder Shan explained. Oh, that makes sense. Fei Yuyan then turned to look at Yuan and asked him, Are you ready to leave now? Yuan immediately nodded and said, I'm ready to leave whenever you are. This content is taken from novelfall.com. Wait a second, Elder Shan. I would also like to come with you. Xuan Wuhan suddenly said, You? Elder Shan raised her eyebrows, and then she said, I can only carry 2 other individuals on my flying treasure, so you'll have to ask your grandfather to take you. Eh? My grandpa is also going? Xuan Wuhan mumbled in a surprised tone. Elder Shan nodded and said, Yes, that's why you should talk to him instead. Anyway, we need to speak with the sect master before we leave the sect. Come with me, Disciple Fei, Disciple Yuan. I'll see you 2 later, Yuan said to Min Li and Xuan Wuhan. Once Fei Yuyan and Yuan left with Elder Shan, Xuan Wuhan and Min Li looked at each other. Do you think Grand Elder Xuan would be willing to take me along? Min Li asked Xuan Wuhan. I can ask for you. Xuan Wuhan nodded. For more, visit lightandopalpub.com. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Sister. Meanwhile, at the Sect Master's headquarters sometime later, Elder Shan knocked on the door and said, Sect Master, I've brought Disciple Fei and Disciple Yuan here, and we'll be leaving the sect soon. Come inside. A moment later, they entered the room. I didn't think I'd see you again so soon, Disciple Yuan, Long Yijun said with a somewhat stiff smile on his face. Anyway, about this zither competition. There'll be a lot of people there, you know. I know, Yuan nodded. If there's a lot of people, it means there'll be a lot of people watching you. Long Yijun narrowed his eyes at Yuan, who appeared oblivious at this moment. Yuan suddenly smiled and said, Don't worry, Sect Master. I'll be wearing a mask during the competition so that people won't be able to recognize me. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. Oh, Long Yijin and Elder Shan looked at Yuan with surprised looks on their faces. They didn't think he would be aware, which definitely was a shocker. Sometime later, Long Yijin retrieved a medium-sized wooden box and placed it on the table. "Take these, Disciple Yuan. In case anything happens, these treasures will keep your life safe." After opening the wooden box, Yuan could see 2 items sitting inside. One of these 2 items was a deep green jade slip, with the other being a silver talisman. The jade slip is called Jade Barrier, and the token is named 10,000 Miles Talisman. Long Yijun said, and he proceeded to explain their usages. If you pour some of your spiritual energy into the Jade Barrier, it will create a very powerful defensive formation around you that can block even a Spirit Grandmaster's strike, but it will only be able to block a single hit, no matter who attacks you, so you must use it wisely. As for the 10,000 Miles Talisman, as long as you activate it with your spiritual energy, it will immediately teleport you 10,000 miles from your location. However, it does so randomly, so there are some risks involved, such as being teleported in the middle of an ocean or in the middle of a beast's nest. Remember, Disciple Yuan, that you can only use these treasures once before they lose their powers, Long Yijin warned him. "I understand." Yuan nodded before accepting these 2 life-saving treasures. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. "Thank you," he said afterward. The sect master personally handed Disciple Yuan 2 powerful life-saving treasures for what? Leaving the sect? Just what is his background? Fei Yuyan cried inwardly after seeing this. "Good luck, Disciple Fei and Disciple Yuan. Go and make the sect and our ancestors proud." Long Yijin said to them before looking at Elder Shan and continuing, "I'll leave them in Elder Xuan's and your care, Elder Shan. Rest assured, Sect Master, I won't let either of them come to any harm, and I'll prioritize their lives over mine." Elder Shan nodded with a serious look on her face. "What the heck? We're only going to participate in a zither competition, and it's not as if we're hunting powerful magical beasts." Fei Yuyan was left speechless by their serious conversation, as it sounded like they were going somewhere dangerous. Chapter 185, Special Treatment. Yuan left the sect master's headquarters with the others shortly after Long Yijin gave him the life-saving treasures. Disciple Yuan, Elder Shan, suddenly called out to him, and then she reached into her spatial ring before pulling out a red pill and handing it to him. "Although this pill is not as powerful as the life-saving treasures the sect master gave you, this pill of dominance will enhance your combat capabilities by 100% for 10 minutes. However, you'll become a bit sore and feel weak afterwards, so if you cannot defeat your opponents in 10 minutes, use the 10,000 Miles Talisman to get as far away as possible." "Thank you, Senior Shan." Yuan accepted the pill. Pill of Dominance Tier 3 Purity, 88% effects, enhances all of your stats by 100% for 10 minutes, followed by a 75% deduction in all stats for 24 hours. Description: only consume if you are a cultivator. Even Master gave Disciple Yuan something to keep him safe? Fei Yuyan stared at him with a slightly dazed look on her face. "Let's go meet up with Elder Xuan now," Elder Shan said before bringing them to his living quarters. Elder Shan raised her eyebrows when she noticed 2 familiar-looking faces standing beside Elder Xuan. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Of course, it was Xuan Wuhan and Min Li. In the end, Xuan Wuhan managed to persuade Elder Xuan to bring her and Min Li along to the competition. "Are we all ready to leave?" Elder Xuan asked them after they gathered. "Yes, and we just came from seeing the sect master. We're ready to leave at any time." Elder Shan nodded. "Good. Then we shall depart right away. However, before we leave, allow me to give this to you, Disciple Yuan," Elder Xuan said as he retrieved 2 items and extended them towards Yuan. "These 2 items will come in handy if you're ever in trouble. The first item is called Thunder Needle. You can activate it by pouring your spiritual energy inside, and once that happens, it will explode in 3 seconds, releasing a powerful explosion that's as strong as an all-out attack from a cultivator at the peak Spirit Master realm, so make sure you throw it before it explodes. This second item is called Dragon Marble. It's an extremely rare treasure with very limited quantities, since only a dozen of these were found in the Dragon Temple many thousand years ago. There are only 2 of these treasures left in the sect, and if you activate it with your spiritual energy, it'll transport you back to the Dragon Essence Temple no matter where you are in this world, as long as you're within the lower heavens. Use it wisely, the Dragon Marble. Grand Elder Xuan is going to give away such a precious life-saving treasure to disciple Yuan? Why? Fei Yuyan's jaw dropped to the ground when she saw this, as did Xuan Wuhan and Min Li. They were only going to participate in some music tournament inside a city. The chances of them being in danger were practically none, yet Yuan still received many powerful life-saving treasures as though he was being sent to the battlefield. Why are they only giving him life-saving treasures? What about me? What about the rest of us? Aren't we also leaving the sect? Why does he get such special treatments? Fei Yuyan cried inwardly, feeling slightly envious of Yuan, but she didn't dare to complain. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. Thank you, Senior Xuan. Yuan accepted the small silver needle and the golden marble before tossing them into his spatial ring. How can you give him something so precious when I only give him a pill of dominance? Now you're making me look bad. Elder Shan sighed afterward. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. Elder Xuan said with a somewhat stiff smile. Some time later, Elder Shan retrieved what appeared to be a wooden boat toy from her spatial ring. After pouring some of her spiritual energy into the wooden boat, the toy-sized wooden boat suddenly expanded until it was large enough to fit 3 people, dumbfounding Yuan. Get on, Elder Shan said to them as she boarded the wooden boat. Fei Yuyan entered the boat before taking a seat. What are you waiting for, Disciple Yuan? Come over here. Fei Yuyan patted the empty seat beside her with a seemingly innocent look on her face, yet her eyes glanced at Xuan Wuhan for a split second. Yuan nodded and took a seat beside Fei Yuyan, even feeling something soft pressing the side of his hypes afterward. Xuan Wuhan's eyebrows twitched after seeing this, and she definitely did not miss Fei Yuyan's quick glance. Meanwhile, Elder Xuan also retrieved his flying treasure. That's a treasure? Yuan stared at Elder Xuan's flying treasure with wide eyes, as it looked like a small circular platform made of clouds. Elder Xuan smiled at Yuan's reaction, and he said, There are many different types of flying treasures. You can even find ones that resemble and move like magical beasts, but they're not actually real. Sometime later, Elder Shan and Elder Xuan activated their flying treasures and took flight, soaring towards the clouds in the sky before speeding into the distance at a speed that was vastly superior to flying swords. Wow, how expensive are flying treasures? Yuan asked a few minutes later. Flying treasures are very rare in the lower heavens, so the chances of you buying them are extremely low, Fei Yuyan said. Then how were these flying treasures obtained? The source of this content is Light Novel Pu Bisu. I obtained mine during a large tournament 200 years ago. Elder Shan responded. As for Elder Xuan, I believe it was given to him by the sect for his meritorious achievements when he was still a mere disciple. You also want one? Yuan shook his head and said, No, I just find them really cool, and I still prefer the flying sword. There are also flying treasures that resemble swords. In fact, the sect master of the Radiant Sword sect has a flying treasure that's simply an enormous sword, Elder Shan said, causing Yuan to imagine himself soaring in the sky with an enormous sword. Maybe I can use the Empyrean Overlord as my flying sword in the future, Yuan thought to himself. Chapter 186. Accidentally spilling the beans. After flying for a couple of hours, the flying treasures came to a sudden halt, and Elder Shan said, We're at the place. However, since we cannot enter the city with flying treasures, we'll have to descend here. A few moments later, Elder Shan and Elder Xuan descended their flying treasures before storing them away. Once they were standing on the ground again, Yuan retrieved a black jade mask and wore it on his face, covering his handsome features besides his bright eyes that illuminated with energy and excitement. Wait a second. That jade mask, when Min Li saw this familiar-looking jade mask, She immediately recalled the mysterious figure during the disciple examination. You, it was you all along? Min Li cried out loud while pointing at Yuan with trembling fingers when she realized the truth. Huh? Everybody there, including Yuan, turned to look at Min Li with raised eyebrows and puzzled expressions. What are you talking about? Xuan Wuhan asked her. You, Disciple Yuan. You were the masked figure from the disciple examination. I saw you during the third exam, even taking notice of you because of your powerful aura. I had wondered where you went because I didn't see you after the examination. So you were right beside me this entire time? Min Li exclaimed. For more, visit LitRPG Novel Pub, C-Com. Eh? Yes. I was there when you took 50 steps. Yuan nodded, not even bothering to hide anything. Is there something wrong, of course? You emitted the power of someone at the spirit warrior realm at that time. How come you're only a spirit apprentice now? In fact, now that I look at your cultivation, it went up by 2 whole levels since I last checked. How is that even possible? Min Li said. What are you talking about? Yuan has always been a spirit warrior. He was at 5th level spirit warrior even before he'd become a disciple at the Dragon Essence Temple. Xuan Wuhan casually said. What? Fei Yuyan and Min Li turned to look at Xuan Wuhan with their eyes wide with shock. How could an outer court disciple be at the 5th level spirit warrior realm? Elder Xuan and Elder Shan looked at each other with a bittersweet smile on their faces, and Elder Xuan said a moment later, actually, Disciple Yuan is currently under the effects of a pill known as Pill of Concealment that suppresses his cultivation level by an entire realm, and his real cultivation base is actually peak spirit warrior, but keep this a secret, okay? I'm only revealing this fact because it's impossible to keep it hidden at this point. Peak spirit warrior? The 3 fairies turned to look at Yuan with gawking looks on their beautiful faces. How old was Yuan again? 18 years old. How can someone that young have such an impressive cultivation base? That's something you normally only see in the upper heavens. For more, visit Lighten Oval Pub, Come Thud. Min Li suddenly fell to her knees with disbelief on her face. I have been comparing myself to a spirit warrior this entire time. It's no wonder why he was able to destroy the training puppet so casually. I've been fooled, Min Li cried inwardly, feeling as though she'd lived a life of lies this entire time. This guy, he's even more monstrous than I'd expected. Peak spirit warrior at such a young age. He's definitely from one of the 4 ancient families, if not a hidden family that's even more powerful. Hey, are you okay? Yuan asked Min Li in a weird tone after seeing her fall to her knees. Yes, I am, Min Li said a moment later before standing up and patting the dirt off her slightly stained robes. Sometime later, Elder Shan asked them, Are we ready to continue? Yes. They all nodded. For more, visit Light Nov Elpub Com. Thus Elder Shan began leading them towards the city that was less than a mile away. Peak spirit warrior. He's not only more talented than me in music, but he's also stronger than me in cultivation. Fei Yuyan stared at Yuan's back from behind with a profound expression on her face, wondering if there were any more secrets from him. Many minutes later, they arrived before the city walls. Wow, there's a lot of people here, Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice after seeing the sea of people trying to get inside the city. Damn, I've underestimated the crowd. I didn't expect there to be so many people here. Elder Shan sucked her teeth after seeing so many people. Elder Xuan shook his head and said with a smile on his face, Even though you are mostly shameless at the sect, you can be quite humble and innocent at times, Elder Shan. What do you mean by that? Elder Shan looked at him with one of her eyebrows raised. Elder Xuan chuckled and said, Do you really think they're going to make us wait in line like everyone here? Just follow me. Elder Xuan did not wait for a response and stepped towards the city walls and into the crowd. Visit lightnovelpub.com for a better experience. Despite having no eyes behind their back, the people in front of Elder Xuan unconsciously turned around due to Elder Xuan's profound aura that poked their backs with an invisible finger. That's a sect elder from the esteemed Dragon Essence Temple. Hey, isn't that Elder Xuan? Dragon Essence Temple's Grand Elder? What's he doing here? The people there immediately recognized his majestic robes, and not daring to block his path, they quickly made way for him, creating a long and empty path from the back of the line to the front of the line. "What are you all waiting for? Let's go." Elder Yuan said to the others in a calm voice. A few seconds later, Yuan and the others followed Elder Yuan through the massive crowd and towards the city entrance with dumbfounded looks on their faces. "Welcome to our city, sect elders and disciples of the Dragon Essence Temple." The guards greeted them in a respectful voice once they reached the front Chapter 100 AC fan, splitting the rooms. "Don't mind us too much. We're only here because of the zither competition that'll be held in this city," Elder Yuan said to the guards with a friendly expression. "Of course, the majority of people coming to the city these past few days are only here for the competition. Are you going to be participating, or are you just spectating, seniors?" The guard then asked. "My disciples will be participating in the zither competition," Elder Yuan responded. "I see. Then please accept this. It's a small gift from our city for those that'll be participating in the competition." The guard suddenly showed them a small golden medallion, and he continued, "If you head to the Royal Blossom Hotel and show them this token, you'll receive rooms to reside until you decide to leave the city, free of charge, of course. Oh, that's very generous of this city. I'll be sure to thank the lord of this place when I get the chance," Elder Yuan said with a smile on his face. "Thank you, Senior." The guard bowed to him respectfully. "Of course, the city doesn't hand out these tokens to just anybody that decides to participate in the competition like candies, and only prestigious or powerful backgrounds like the Dragon Essence Temple would receive them, especially if their Grand Elder is there." After accepting the golden medallion, Elder Yuan entered the city of the others. "Did you already reserve a hotel for us, Elder Shan? If you haven't, we can head to the Royal Blossom Hotel for our rooms, since it'll be difficult for us to find empty rooms right now." Elder Yuan asked her. "Follow current novels on lightenovalpub.com. Of course I did. I am not incompetent. However, the Royal Blossom Hotel is definitely a much nicer place than the hotel I'd reserved, so we can act as though I didn't reserve us any rooms," Elder Shan said, dumbfounding them. "Very well, since that's the case, we'll head to the Royal Blossom Hotel instead," Elder Yuan said. "Then follow me." "I'm pretty familiar with this city since I've been here a few times," Elder Shan said as she took back the lead from Elder Yuan and began leading the others to the Royal Blossom Hotel. "Wow, look at that group of fairies. I have never seen such beautiful women in my life. Damn! I would not ask for anything else in my life if I could have a woman that's even half as pretty as one of them." The pedestrians in the city stopped whatever they were doing to stare at Elder Shan and the female disciples with bewitched expressions on their dazed faces after noticing their presence. "Why don't you try approaching them? Maybe you'll get lucky." "Are you nuts? Look at their uniforms. They're from the Dragon Essence Temple. And judging by their aura, they're definitely powerful experts. If you don't cherish your life, go ahead and approach them." Sometime later, Elder Shan stopped walking in front of this tall and massive building that not only occupied the entire street, but was also surrounded by beautiful cherry blossoms. The source of this content is LitRPG. Wow, what a beautiful place, Yuan mumbled with a dazed look on his face, feeling mesmerized by the cherry blossoms. After standing outside for a few moments to admire the beautiful trees, Elder Shan entered the building with the others. "Welcome to the Royal Blossom Hotel, esteemed guests from the Dragon Essence Temple." A dozen servants greeted them the moment they entered the building, almost like the hotel was expecting their arrival. Elder Shan didn't act too surprised about this and showed them the medallion. "How many rooms do we get with this?" Elder Shan asked them afterward. One of the workers there immediately responded, "Normally you will be allowed to have up to 5 rooms, but due to the upcoming competition that has caused an influx of guests, we are only able to spare 2 rooms. However, each room can accommodate up to 4 people. We apologize for the inconvenience." "You don't need to apologize. We can't complain about something that's given to us for free, after all," Elder Shan said. She then turned to look at Yuan and the others. "Visit lightenovalpub.com for the best novel reading experience. Let's see, we have 6 of us, but only 2 rooms, 2 male and 4 females. I guess it's obvious how we should split the rooms." Elder Shan then pointed at the female disciples and said, "The three of you can stay in one room, and I'll stay with Elder Xuan and Disciple Yuan, eh?" Everybody there stared at Elder Shan with gawking expressions. Ahem. Elder Xuan cleared his throat a moment later and said, "Elder Shan, wouldn't it make more sense if you joined the three female disciples instead of joining us? 2 men, after all. Each room can fit 4 people. Why force 4 people into a single room when we can share the rooms evenly and have more space? This is a no-brainer." Elder Shan responded in a clear voice, her beautiful face void of even the slightest sign of shame or embarrassment, and she continued, "And I don't mind sharing a room with you two, since I'm confident that nothing will happen." "Are you sure about that?" "Well, I'm also confident that neither of us will do anything. I cannot say the same for you, Elder Shan." Elder Xuan said with narrowed eyes, "But since you want to share the rooms evenly, my granddaughter can stay in the same room as us." Elder Shan's eyebrows twitched after hearing Elder Xuan's comeback. Meanwhile, Xuan Wuhan's heart throbbed with excitement, and she could already imagine sleeping in the same room as Yuan, perhaps even in the same bed. The source of this content is Lightnov, Elpu, LP.com. Why are you making this so difficult, Elder Xuan? Just let the disciples be together. However, since Disciple Yuan cannot sleep with the others for obvious reasons, he can stay with us, the elders," Elder Shan said after a moment of silence. Elder Xuan raised his eyebrows and said in a casual voice, "Why not? It's not like this is their first time sleeping in the same place anyways." What did you just say?" Elder Shan's eyes immediately widened with shock, and she stared at Elder Xuan with disbelief on her face. Chapter 188. Did you two already do that together? What do you mean it's not their first time sleeping together, Elder Xuan? Elder Shan suddenly stepped forward aggressively, looking like she wanted to grab Elder Xuan by the collars and shake him violently. However, Elder Shan resisted her urges and stopped after her first step. Yet her gaze still stared daggers at Elder Xuan, almost like she was demanding an answer. A slight smile appeared on Elder Xuan's as he shook his head, and then he said, "Calm down, Elder Shan, I'll explain." Thus, in order to calm Elder Shan down, Elder Xuan explained the whole situation regarding Fei Yuyan staying at Yuan's living quarters, so they can practice more conveniently. Elder Shan turned to look at Fei Yuyan with disbelief on her face after hearing the whole story, and finally understanding the situation. "You? Unbelievable! How could you not tell your own master about this? We're going to have a little talk later, just you and me," Elder Shan said to her, clearly upset about Fei Yuyan's actions for some reason. "Yes, master." Fei Yuyan responded with a nod before sighing inwardly. "This is exactly why I didn't want to tell you about staying at Yuan's house. Senior Shan, if you're worried about Disciple Fei breaking the sect rule, rest assured, since we'd received Elder Xuan's permission," Yuan said to Elder Shan afterward, worried that Disciple Fei might get scolded because of some misunderstanding. A bittersweet smile appeared on Elder Shan's face after seeing Yuan's innocent face, and she said, "Don't worry, Disciple Yuan, neither of you is in trouble, nor is this about breaking the sect rules." "Aye, is that so?" Yuan nodded, feeling relieved that it wasn't about breaking the sect rules. "Anyway, I won't allow Disciple Yuan to sleep in the same room with the female disciples while I am here, so he'll be sleeping with us," Elder Shan said in a clear voice with an adamant look on her face. Elder Xuan shook his head inwardly. Knowing Elder Shan's stubbornness, and without any assistance from the other elders, Elder Xuan knew that it was near impossible to change her mind. "Fine, you can stay with us," Elder Xuan mumbled in a tired-sounding voice afterward. "Eh?" Xuan Wuhan felt her heart drop after hearing this, as it meant that she'll no longer be able to sleep with Yuan in the same room, much less the same bed. While she wanted to complain, she didn't want to sound desperate, and she was not as shameless as Elder Shan. Meanwhile, the workers in the hotel stood there with dumbfounded looks on their faces as they witnessed this spectacle that would have done great as a romantic comedy. "Please, allow me to show you the rooms," one of the servants there said to them after their little show was over. Sometime later, the servant led them to the 4th floor and showed them the last 2 rooms in the hallway. These will be your rooms, esteemed guests. If you wish to stay even after the competition, there will definitely be more available rooms, since those who came for the competition usually leave immediately afterward. The source of this content is LitRPG.com, and here are the keys to your rooms. Once the servant left the scene, Elder Xian handed one of the 2 keys to Fei Yuan and said, "You girls can do whatever you want for the rest of today and tomorrow. Just make sure you're back in the hotel before midnight so we know you're safe." Immediately after hearing Elder Xian's words, Fei Yuan looked at Yuan and asked him, "Disciple Yuan, do you want to look at zithers with me? I know this large musical store that not only displays powerful zithers, but they also sell them. Really, I want to go." Yuan immediately nodded. "I'll go as well," Xuan Wuhan said. "Me too," Min Li also said. "Wait a second. Before you go, let me speak with you real quick. Disciple Fei," Elder Xian suddenly said. "I'll be right back," Fei Yuan said to them before following Elder Xian into one of the rooms. Once they were inside, Elder Xian silently stared at Fei Yuan with narrowed eyes. Follow current novels on litnov.lpub.com. After a few moments of awkward silence that felt like an hour for Fei Yuan, Elder Xian opened her mouth and spoke in a serious voice. Did you 2 already do that together, that?" Fei Yuan raised her eyebrows with a puzzled look on her face, as she was too nervous to think properly right now. "Do you really need me to spell it out for you?" Elder Xian shook her head, and she continued, "I'm talking about that. You lived at his house for almost an entire week, right? Surely you must have had sex already." SSCX Fei Yuan took a step back from shock, and she stared at Elder Xian with disbelief on her face. How can a beautiful woman like Elder Xian mention such a vulgar word so casually? "We didn't do anything like that," Fei Yuan quickly refuted after coming back to her senses. "What, you haven't, really? You're not lying to me, right? There's no way a woman and man at your age would be able to live together without doing anything," Elder Xian said, doubting her. What kind of woman do you think I am, Master? There's no way I would do something like that with someone I'd just met. Furthermore, Disciple Yuan wouldn't lay a hand on me even if I am completely vulnerable. He's too kind and innocent," Fei Yuan said. I don't believe it. All men are beasts by nature. If you let your guard down, they'll immediately try to take advantage of you, and I doubt Yuan is any different. Tempt him enough and he'll reveal his true nature. This is my experience with men after living for over 300 years, Elder Xian said, clearly having some sort of resentment towards men. "Master, you make it sound like Disciple Yuan is a bad guy, yet you'd insisted on sleeping in the same room as him and Elder Xuan. That doesn't make any sense," Fei Yuan said, leaving Elder Xian speechless for a moment. Chapter 189, Instrument Store. After a moment of silence, Elder Xian cleared her throat and said, "While that is true, have you forgotten who I am? As a sect elder, there are risks I must take, and I am very confident that I can protect myself. After all, I have managed to protect myself for over 300 years in this world dominated by beasts." Fei Yuan looked at her with her eyebrows raised, unsure of what to think at this moment. Anyway, you are lucky that Disciple Yuan is a good kid, or your maiden status would have been revoked during your first night together." Elder Xian then said, before quickly changing the subject, "By the way, do you have feelings for Disciple Yuan? Do you like him?" "Like him?" Fei Yuan's jaw dropped slightly. Why does Elder Xian care so much about their relationship? She's usually not such a busybody, and it was almost like she's jealous of them or something. While I respect Disciple Yuan, even admire him for his talents, so I definitely like him. But I don't think it's that sort of like Master is thinking about. I think, Fei Yuan responded after a moment of silence. "Why do you ask, Master?" Fei Yuan decided to ask her. "No reason, really. I was just curious, since this is my first time seeing you so close to a man, almost intimately," Elder Xian said, and she continued, "Since you don't have any serious feelings for him, nor did anything really happen between you 2, I guess there's no need for us to continue the conversation any longer. Let's go. You want to go to the music shop, right?" "You're coming with us, Master?" Fei Yuan asked her with a surprised look. "Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. Of course, I have a duty to protect Disciple Yuan. If anything happens to him, the sect master will have my head," Elder Shan said. "Just who is Disciple Yuan, and why is the sect so protective of him?" Fei Yuan asked. However, Elder Shan shook her head and said, "Even if you are my disciple, I am not allowed to tell you. But you're a smart girl, so you'll most likely figure it out without me. And if you can wait a few more weeks, you'll know exactly why the sect treasures Disciple Yuan so much." "A few more weeks?" Fei Yuan immediately pondered. The first thing that appeared in her mind after hearing Elder Shan's words was the Mystic Realm, one of the biggest events occurring in the lower heavens this year, and coincidentally, it's only a few weeks away. "Deed don't tell me, Disciple Yuan. He's going to participate in the Mystic Realm?" Fei Yuan couldn't help but ask. Elder Shan merely smiled at Fei Yuan's guess, without replying or confirming it. "I see, so Disciple Yuan's going to be participating in the Mystic Realm," Fei Yuan thought to herself after seeing Elder Shan's smile. Sometime later they left the room and regrouped with the others. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. "Are we ready to go?" Yuan asked them afterward. "Yes, let's go." Fei Yuan nodded before taking the lead. Meanwhile, Yuan and the other two ladies followed her. As for Elder Xuan and Elder Shan, they also followed, but they distanced themselves a little bit more to give the disciples more room, almost like guardians looking over them from behind. "Are you really trying to start something with Disciple Yuan, or are you only teasing him?" Elder Xuan asked her as they followed the disciples through the street. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Elder Shan responded in a nonchalant manner. "I know you dislike men because of your experience with them when you were young, but not every man out there is like that. And Disciple Yuan is certainly one of those people on the likable side. I haven't known him for too long, but I can tell that he's a genuine person just from the few conversations we had with each other." "I know that. You don't have to tell me," Elder Shan said, still with an unreadable expression on her face. "Then what is your deal? You dislike men, yet you enjoy seducing them, knowing full well it won't result in anything. That's very misleading and confusing. Or is this your way of revenge to make up for all of the trouble you'd encountered in the past?" Elder Xuan sighed. "Perhaps, perhaps not," Elder Shan mumbled. Elder Xuan shook his head, but he didn't continue questioning her, and left it as it is since it wasn't his business, and as long as it doesn't affect the Dragon Essence Temple, Elder Shan can mislead as many young men as she wants. Sometime later they arrive at this large store with gentle music playing somewhere in the background. "This sounds like a flute," Yuan mumbled after hearing this sharp and crisp sound. "Let's go inside," Fei Yuan said to them as she entered the shop. "Welcome to our store, Divine Melody. How may I help you today, esteemed guests from the Dragon Essence Temple?" One of the workers there immediately recognized their background and approached them. "We're only here to look around," said Fei Yuan. "I understand. Please take as long as you need. There's a small map over there if you're looking for a specific instrument. If you need anything, just speak to anyone wearing this uniform, and they'll be able to assist you." Once the worker left them alone, Fei Yuan said, "What do you want to see first, Disciple Yuan?" "I don't know. I am fine with anything, really." Yuan said. Fei Yuan nodded. "Okay, then follow me. I'll just take you around the store." "Wow. This must be the instrument that's being played right now," Yuan said after they entered a certain room in the store. "You mean the dizi? They are flutes usually made from bamboo," Fei Yuan said as they stood before a display case that had a beautiful green flute with 10 holes in it. After spending a few minutes in the dizi session, Fei Yuan led them into another room that showcased a different instrument that resembled guitars in Yuan's world, Chapter 190 Spirit Stones. "What is this instrument called?" Yuan asked after seeing the instrument that resembled a guitar. "This instrument is called a pipa," Fei Yuan quickly responded. "A pipa, huh? I wonder if it functions similar to the guitar." Yuan wondered to himself as they wandered around the room, admiring the beautifully crafted instruments inside the display case. After spending a couple of minutes in the pipa room, they went to another room. "This instrument resembles a violin. Yuan mumbled after seeing this mallet-shaped instrument with a thin handle, and there was even a bow beside it, exactly like a violin. I have never heard of a violin, but this instrument is called an erhu. You place it on your thighs and use that bow to play the strings? Fei Yuan briefly explained to him. I see. Yuan nodded. Some time later, they left the room with erhu and entered the last room in the building. Do you recognize these instruments, Disciple Yuan? Fei Yuan asked him in a sarcastic voice inside the room, filled with nothing but zithers. Yuan smiled and played along with her. I don't know, but they seem very familiar. For more, visit lightnovelpub.com. Anyway, look at this zither over here. Fei Yuan then pointed at the zither in one of the display cases and continued, This is a heaven-grade zither made from ice jade, a very rare material, and rumor has it that it was once owned by the zither goddess. The name of this zither is Eternal Imprisonment. Zither goddess? What kind of person is this zither goddess? Yuan asked, feeling more interested in the individual than the zither. The #1 zither expert in this world. If the zither goddess claims to be the second-best zither player in this world, nobody would dare to claim first. There are even legends of the zither goddess creating life and stars with her zither music. Creating life with music. I cannot imagine such a thing. Yuan shook his head. That's just a legend, but if the zither goddess is real, I'd love to meet someone like her. Fei Yuan sighed with a longing feeling in her eyes. Perhaps Yuan might become the zither god one day, Xuan Wuhan suddenly said in a joking tone. The zither god. Fei Yuan looked at Yuan with a weird expression on her face, mostly because she was trying to imagine Yuan as the zither god. But alas, she could not put together such an image no matter how much she tried. Anyway, let's continue looking around. After we finish seeing these rooms, we can take a look at their store and see if there's anything to buy, Fei Yuan said. They returned to looking at zither a moment later, while Fei Yuan gave Yuan brief history lessons on almost all of the zithers there. New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com. If Fei Yuan changed her disciple uniforms to one of the uniforms in this place, the guests would never realize it. Sometime later, Fei Yuan brought them out of the zither room before taking them to this massive courtyard behind the store. Inside the courtyard, there were about a dozen display cases placed in an orderly fashion, and inside these display cases were instruments with a price tag. Yuan approached one of these display cases that was showcasing a black-colored dizzy. Black sparrow flute grade, earth quality, high description, a bamboo flute made of black bamboo found in the black sparrow forest. Price 5 million gold coins or 500 spirit stones. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. F5 million gold? Yuan's jaw dropped slightly after seeing the price tag. Wow, it's pretty cheap, especially since it's a high-quality earth-grade treasure. Fei Yuan appeared behind Yuan and said, This is cheap? Yuan raised his eyebrows, and he asked a moment later, By the way, what are spirit stones? Spirit stones are a major cultivation resource for cultivators, and not only can they be used as currency, but a single one of them is worth about 10,000 gold coins. However, people still prefer trading with gold coins since they'd rather use spirit stones to improve their cultivation. Fei Yuan explained to him. I see. Yuan nodded. If this was a zither, I would have probably bought it, but alas, I don't play the dizzy. Fei Yuan shook her head at the black sparrow flute before walking to the next display case that was showcasing another high-quality earth-grade treasure, a red-colored pipa with a price tag of 8 million gold coins or 800 spirit stones. A few minutes later, Fei Yuan sighed loudly. How unfortunate! There's not a single zither instrument being sold today. The last time I was here, there were 3 of them being sold. Is this everything to see in this place? Where should we go next? There's still plenty of time, Xuan Wuhan said. Who said we're done here? There's still one more place in this store that I want to show you, especially Disciple Yuan. Fei Yuan said while looking at Yuan with a mysterious smile on her face. Come with me, she said before walking off on her own. Seeing this, Yuan quickly followed her, and the others followed him. A couple of minutes later they arrive at this mysterious and silent place, with 2 guards standing beside this door that emitted an ominous feeling, both of them peak spirit warriors. "Where are we? I don't think we're supposed to be here," Xuan Wuhan said to Fei Yuyan. "Of course, this is not a place for the public. Only those who'd placed top 10 in the previous zither competition can come here, and since I'd placed 7th, I'm allowed to go inside. However, I can only bring 1 person along with me, and I'll be bringing Disciple Yuan." That's not fair," Xuan Wuhan immediately complained. "If you can play the zither even half as decent as Disciple Yuan, I might consider bringing you inside later. Otherwise, it'd be just a waste of my time and effort." Fei Yuyan shook her head. Xuan Wuhan narrowed her eyes at Fei Yuyan, but alas, she couldn't play the zither at all. Fei Yuyan no longer paid attention to Xuan Wuhan and turned to look at Yuan follow current novels on litnovelpub.com. "Follow me," she said to him. Chapter 191, Soul Ensnaring Zither. Sometime later, Yuan followed Fei Yuyan and approached the guards with her. "Welcome, Fairy Fei." The guards immediately recognized her beautiful appearance. "It's been a while, you two." "I would like to go inside with a friend today," Fei Yuyan said to them. The guards turned to look at Yuan's masked face, but since he was wearing the Dragon Essence Temple's uniforms, they didn't bother to question his identity. "I understand you have an hour instead." The guards then opened the door until there was just enough room for one of them to walk inside. Once they were inside, the guards closed the heavy doors shut. "Do you come here often?" Yuan asked her after they entered this empty but spacious room. "No, I've only been here 3 times since the last competition." Fei Yuyan shook her head. "Anyway, come look at this." Fei Yuyan suddenly grabbed Yuan's hands and dragged him towards the center of the room, where a large white blanket was covering a round table alongside something else. "What do you think is underneath the blanket?" Fei Yuyan asked him after casually releasing his hand. Yuan looked at the familiar-looking shape and said, "Is it a zither?" Fei Yuyan nodded with a smile. "Correct." She then removed the blanket and said, "This is the Soul Ensnaring Zither." Soul Ensnaring Zither? What an ominous name, Yuan mumbled as his gaze examined the black zither that had glistening strings like it was made out of clear crystals. "What are you talking about?" "It's a wonderful name. Legend says this zither can trap both human and magical beasts' souls with its music. That is, if you can play it," Fei Yuyan said. "What do you mean, if you can play it?" Yuan asked her. Fei Yuyan did not immediately answer his question and instead took a seat in front of the zither. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. It'll be easier for me to show you instead of explaining it. After taking a deep breath, she placed her fingers onto the string and began playing the zither. However, to Yuan's surprise, the music notes coming from the zither were completely different from what he'd expected, and it sounded somewhat suppressed and muffled, almost like Fei Yuyan was playing the zither underwater or something. How can a perfect-looking zither play such a weird sound? Even the strings on the zither were shaking normally when moved, so such a sound shouldn't be possible. It didn't make any sense at all, and this is his first time seeing such a thing. "Do you understand now?" Fei Yuyan stopped playing a few moments later and looked at Yuan. However, Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm even more confused now. I don't see anything wrong with the zither." "That's because this zither is cursed," Fei Yuyan said, and she continued, "This zither used to be played by the zither goddess before she left it here and left for the upper heavens, and not a single zither expert has been able to play it properly since then. What about the other zither that was used by her? Is that one also like this?" Yuan couldn't help but ask. "No, that one can be played properly. It's just this one that's unwilling to let others play." Fei Yuyan sighed. "The source of this content is lightnovelpub.com. How does that even work, though? Does the zither have a consciousness of its own, like soul weapons?" Fei Yuyan shrugged and said, "Nobody knows, really. This zither is neither a soul weapon nor a spiritual treasure. It's like a phenomenon. I see, Yuan mumbled. Do you want to try playing it? Fei Yuan suddenly asked him, Can I really? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. Of course, Fei Yuan nodded, and she continued, The only reason this zither isn't in a display case is because the owner wants people to play it, and hopefully actually be able to play it properly. Then why not open this place up to the public? Yuan raised his eyebrows. If not even experts can play it, what makes you think normal people will? Fei Yuan shook her head. Anyway, go ahead and try it. Who knows? Maybe you're the one the zither has been waiting for. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. Fei Yuan then stood up to let Yuan sit down after taking a seat. Yuan stared at the zither in silence without actually playing it. Ha-ha. Taking a deep breath, Yuan slowly raised his hands into the air before placing it onto the zither and playing it. So even he cannot play it, huh? Why did I have a feeling that maybe he could? Fei Yuan thought to herself as the muffled noises returned. To Fei Yuan's surprise, even Yuan was unable to play the zither. Yuan stopped playing after pulling a couple of strings and returned to staring at it in silence. A few minutes later, Yuan suddenly began playing the zither again. But alas, the results were the same, with the music notes sounding muffled and suppressed. However, Yuan didn't stop playing the zither regardless and continued to play it until he played an entire song. The source of this content is lightnovelpub.com. There's no point, disciple Yuan. The zither won't suddenly start working even if you play a dozen songs. Many zither experts have tried the same, with some playing even hundreds of songs. Fei Yuan said to him afterward, Let me play a few more songs to be certain, Yuan said, and he quickly returned to playing the cursed zither again. After playing his second song, Yuan immediately continued on to the third, then the fourth and fifth. On his sixth song, Yuan suddenly closed his eyes while his fingers continued to move. Fei Yuan raised her eyebrows after seeing this. How is closing your eyes going to help, she wondered. However, unbeknownst to Fei Yuan, Yuan closed his eyes not because he wanted to try something new. Instead, just like what happened at the Tablet of Comprehension, Yuan had unconsciously closed his eyes and suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar place. However, instead of a starry scenery, Yuan was inside a pavilion while surrounded by water, almost like the Dragon Pavilion where he met Fei Yuan for the first time. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. Ting. Suddenly, a heavenly noise resounded in Yuan's ears, causing him to turn around. And to his surprise, there was a young lady with otherworldly beauty sitting behind him with the soul-ensnaring zither in front of her. Chapter 192, Zither Goddess. Ting, 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 this unknown beauty continued to play the zither despite Yuan's sudden appearance, and Yuan stood there silently to listen to her music, feeling as though every music note was pulling his heartstrings alongside something he couldn't really pinpoint, his soul. After an unknown amount of time has passed, the beauty finally stopped playing the music before placing her hands on her lap and turning to look at Yuan with her beautiful eyes that resembled jewels. What do you think of my music? She suddenly asked him, her clear voice sounding as beautiful as the zither music, if not even more pleasant sounding. Yuan snapped out of his daze after hearing her words, and he quickly uttered in a dazed voice, It's wonderful! I have never heard of anything like your music before, nor could I have imagined that music would be able to reach such a level. If someone like this beauty had existed in his world, it would have definitely made his professional life more exciting, and the musical world would have also been much more lively. Beauty smiled at his words, and then she spoke. Do you know why you're here? Yuan quickly shook his head. Because you have the potential to play music at the same level as me, if not even better, she said. The soul-ensnaring zither, I have treated this instrument as though it was my own baby ever since I received it as a birthday present from my parents, who'd unfortunately passed away shortly later. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Calm? Then you're the zither goddess? Yuan asked her with slightly wide eyes. The zither goddess, huh? I guess you can call me that, since that's what everybody addresses me as. Not that I'd ask for such a nickname. If you don't mind me asking, Why did you decide to leave behind the soul-ensnaring zither? I don't know how long it has been since you left the lower heavens, but I could still clearly sense a lonely feeling from the zither when I saw it." Yuan couldn't help but ask, "It's important to you, right? Why would you leave something so precious and with so much memory behind?" The zither goddess turned to look at the black zither in silence before speaking a moment later. "Because I wanted to quit playing the zither." "Eh? Quit the zither? Why?" Yuan looked at her with wide eyes filled with surprise, as he didn't expect such an answer from her. However, the zither goddess did not respond to his question. Instead, she asked him, "Do you want to play this zither?" I do, but no matter how much I tried, I just couldn't get the sound out properly," he said. Hearing his words, the zither goddess moved slightly to the side and said, "Come, sit here. I'll teach you how to play this zither. The source of this content is Navelfald Calm. Really?" Yuan did not hesitate and quickly went to sit beside her. The zither goddess chuckled in a graceful manner before saying, "The soul-ensnaring zither is a unique instrument that can only be played with the proper technique, and I will teach you this technique right now. Go ahead, try to play it." Yuan nodded and began playing the zither shortly later. Tongue, however, the zither still played muffled noises. "Don't mind it and continue playing it," the zither goddess said to him. Yuan nodded and focused on playing the zither despite showing no signs of progress. Sometime later, the zither goddess suddenly moved, and to Yuan's surprise, she'd placed her fair hands onto his hand without disturbing his movements, almost like their hands had become one, and she began guiding them as though they were her own hands. Visit LitRPG for the best novel reading experience. A few minutes later, the muffled sound coming from the zither suddenly changed. Although it wasn't as crisp and heavenly sounding as the sound produced by the zither goddess, Yuan had still managed to play a clear sound with the zither. "You're a quick learner," the zither goddess suddenly said to him. But you're the one controlling my hands," Yuan said with an awkward smile on his face. "That's what it may look like from your perspective, but this is actually all your own doing. I'm merely teaching you the technique, and you're the one that's learning and comprehending it." Yuan nodded and continued to concentrate on playing the zither. In just a few more minutes of practice, Yuan had managed to not only capture the essence of the technique, but also incorporate his own techniques into it, creating a whole new technique out of it. This greatly shocked the zither goddess, who did not expect him to learn the zither art so quickly, much less create his own technique off of it. For more, visit libd.novelpub.com. This young man is a true music prodigy. If only I had met him while I was still in the lower heavens, she sighed inwardly, feeling profound regret that she couldn't have a rival like Yuan in her era. Meanwhile, outside Yuan's mind, Fei Yuyan stared at Yuan with her eyes as wide as saucers. He's playing the zither. He's actually playing the zither." Fei Yuyan cried inwardly as Yuan unconsciously played the zither exactly the same way he was inside his mind, producing heavenly sounds that resembled the zither goddess's music. "How did he do it? I can't believe it. I want to ask him, but I don't dare to disturb him." Fei Yuyan continued to cry inside her mind, feeling as though her soul was being pulled out of her body by Yuan's heavenly performance. Sometime later, Yuan suddenly stopped playing the zither, and he turned to look at the heavenly beauty sitting right beside him before asking, "What is the name of this zither art?" A weird smile appeared on the zither goddess's face, and she responded, "My zither art has no name, and since you've made it your own unique technique, you can name it yourself." After taking a moment to think, Yuan then said with a handsome smile on his face, "Since I learned it from you, I shall call it The Zither Goddess's Ethereal Arts, Chapter 93, Zither Goddess's Ethereal Arts. Zither Goddess's Ethernal Art, huh? Are you sure that you want to name it after me?" the zither goddess asked him afterward. Yuan nodded. "I'm sure." The zither goddess smiled, and then she said, "There's nothing left for me to teach you, and I hope you get to meet the real me outside one day. Perhaps you might be able to reignite my passion for the zither once again. Until then, zither, god? Eh? What did you just call me?" Yuan's eyes widened with surprise when the zither goddess suddenly called him the Zither God. But alas, before he could get an answer, the scenery changed, and the young lady with otherworldly beauty disappeared from his sight. Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and he could still see the soul-ensnaring zither before him. However, the zither goddess was nowhere to be seen, and he could only see Fei Yuyan's shocked face beside him. You have learned Zither Goddess's ethereal arts, rank unknown. Mastery level 1 description. A zither art created by Yuan after receiving enlightenment from the Zither Goddess. Congratulations, you have created your first unique skill. Visit litnovelpu.com for the best novel reading experience. You have gained the title Novice Technique Creator. Meanwhile, 2 system announcements appeared back-to-back for the players to see. Congratulations. Player Yuan has created a new skill. Congratulations. Player Yuan has become the first player to create a new skill. What the heck, you can create your own skills in this game. The players around the world were baffled by this new discovery. How does one even create their own skill? Disciple Yuan, Fei Yuan suddenly spoke in a loud voice filled with excitement after she snapped out of her daze. You Fei Yuan suddenly spoke in a loud voice filled with excitement after she snapped out of her daze.
You actually managed to play the soul-ensnaring zither!
Eh? Yuan raised his eyebrows. He then turned to look at the soul-ensnaring zither for a moment before reaching for one of the strings, ting. A heavenly sound echoed in the small room after Yuan pulled the string with the Zither Goddess's ethereal arts in mind. How did you do it? What's the secret to playing this zither? I also want to try playing it. Fei Yuan suddenly approached him with anticipation in her eyes. I'm not sure how to explain it, but you need a certain technique to play this zither, and I don't know if I can teach you this technique since even I don't know how it works. If I could teach you, I would definitely do it in a heartbeat, Yuan said. Is that so? Fei Yuan sighed in a dejected manner. A few moments of silence later, she continued, Anyway, now that we know you can play this zither, we must let the owner of this zither know so he can give you the zither. Wait, I can keep the zither if I can play it? Yuan said with a dumbfounded look on his face. According to the owner of the zither, he will be willing to give the zither to whoever can play it properly. After all, what's the point of keeping something that cannot be played? Might as well give it to someone who can actually use it, Fei Yuan said to him. This content is taken from lightnovelpub.com. Where can we find this person? Yuan asked, mostly because he also wanted to keep the soul-ensnaring zither. He's actually in this city. We can make an appointment with him today and meet him tomorrow, Fei Yuan said. Then that's what we shall do. Yuan nodded. A few moments later, Yuan left the room with Fei Yuan, leaving the soul-ensnaring zither behind. Hey, let Senior Zhu know that we'll be visiting him tomorrow, Fei Yuan said to the guards outside. Eh? The guards looked at her with raised eyebrows. Fei Yuan then pointed at Yuan and said with a beautiful smile on her face, We've finally found the person who can play the soul-ensnaring zither. What? Is that true? New novel chapters are published on Light Novel Pub.com. Both guards shouted simultaneously. Fei Yuan nodded with a prideful expression on her face, acting like she was the one who can play the zither. That's right. I will let Master Zhu know about this. Please go see him tomorrow. This is huge news. Master Zhu will be exhilarated to hear this. Sometime later, Fei Yuan and Yuan returned to the other side. What happened? Xuan Wuhan asked them after they returned. Nothing much, Fei Yuan said with a mysterious smile on her face. She then turned to look at Elder Shan and said, Master, Yuan and I must visit Senior Zhu tomorrow. The Zither Master, Senior Zhu? Why? Elder Shan asked with slightly wide eyes. Fei. Yuan nodded. That's right, and it's related to the zither. You'll understand tomorrow, Master. You can't tell us now? Elder Xuan raised his eyebrows. It had ruined the fun. Fei Yuan giggled. Anyways, we're done here. Let's walk around the city until it's time to retire for the night. Elder Xuan and Elder Shan looked at each other with perplexed expressions on their faces, unsure of how they should feel about surprises when it's related to Yuan. Sometime later, Fei Yuan and the others began strolling through the city, and because of their prestigious uniforms that were easily recognizable, they encountered little to no trouble at all throughout their entire tour, with the exception of a few idiots that couldn't recognize their background and approached the ladies hoping to gain something from it. But alas, the only thing these ignorant individuals got was cold and somewhat murderous glares from the three young ladies. Yuan and the others returned to the Royal Blossom Hotel after walking for a few hours. Meanwhile, at the Zhu family's household, the two guards from the Divine Melody stood before an old man. This content is taken from LitNovLpub.com. Are you certain about this information, that someone who can play the soul-ensnaring zither has finally appeared? The old man, Senior Zhu, asked for confirmation with a serious frown on his face. Although we didn't witness it for ourselves, there's no reason for Fairy Fei Yuan to lie to us about such a matter, said one of the guards. Fei Yuan, that young lady from the Dragon Essence Temple who placed 7th place last competition. Huh? Senior Zhu caressed his long white beard with a profound look on his face. Chapter 194. What is this indescribable feeling? Although it was only briefly, I have spoken to the young lady known as Fei Yuan before. A really talented and respectful girl. I cannot imagine someone like that lying about such a thing. What about the person who can supposedly play the soul-ensnaring zither? Do you know anything about his background? Senior Zhu asked the two guards. No, Master Zhu, that person was wearing a black jade mask, so we couldn't identify him. However, he was wearing the Dragon Essence Temple's disciple uniform, so we can only assume that he's a disciple there. Senior Zhu nodded after a moment of silence, and then he said to the two guards, "Bring the soul-ensnaring zither here. I'll see for myself whether this mysterious individual can really play the zither once owned by the zither goddess." Meanwhile, at the Royal Blossom Hotel, Elder Shan said to the three female disciples, "We'll see you all tomorrow morning." The female disciples stood outside their own room with reluctant expressions on their faces, clearly unhappy about how the room had been split. However, Elder Shan ignored them and said to Yuan, "Let's go to our room." After opening the door, Elder Shan grabbed Yuan's hand and forcefully pulled him into the room. "Gee, Grandpa, you must protect Yuan from Elder Shan," Xuan Wuhan said to Elder Xuan with a serious and nervous look on her face. A bittersweet smile appeared on Elder Xuan's face as he said, "Don't worry, Elder Shan won't do anything to disciple Yuan even if I'm not there. She's always like this, but nothing really ever happens. That's just Elder Shan for you. Even if you say that I am not convinced, just keep an eye on Yuan until tomorrow morning, Grandpa." Xuan Wuhan urged him, follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. You don't have to keep repeating it. Sect elders are not allowed to be in a relationship with the disciples anyway. Therefore, you can rest assured and go to sleep, Elder Xuan said. If you say so. Xuan Wuhan and the other two girls went into their room some time later, whilst Elder Xuan entered his own room. Elder Shan is so shameless. How can she act so slutty before a disciple if she doesn't intend on doing anything? Xuan Wuhan complained out loud the moment their door closed shut. Although my master has her own flaws, don't you dare address her with such a vulgar word. Disciple Xuan, Fei Yuan immediately frowned, feeling an obligation to protect Elder Shan's image as her disciple. Min Li shook her head at them, and she proceeded to enter one of the two available beds to sleep, completely ignoring the other two while they continued to argue with each other. Meanwhile, in the other room, Elder Shan said to Yuan, "You will be sleeping in the same bed with me tonight, Disciple Yuan." Yuan looked at the alluring smile on Elder Shan's face with raised eyebrows, and then he said, "It's fine, Senior Shan. You can keep the bed to yourself. I won't be needing a bed anyway. Follow current novels on lightnovelpub.com. What? Then, where are you going to sleep?" "The floor. We cannot have that," Elder Shan said. "There's a second bed in this room, you know." Elder Xuan said to Elder Shan after shutting the door. Yuan then said, "No, that's not it. I will be logged off, so I don't need any bed." "Logged off?" Elder Shan looked at Yuan with her slender eyebrows raised in a puzzled manner, as this is her first time hearing of such a term. "Yes, that's why you can keep the bed to yourself. Anyway, it's time for dinner. I'll be back in the morning. Good night, seniors." After saying that, Yuan logged off the game, disappearing from their sights. Where did he go?" Elder Shan mumbled in a dazed voice. Even Elder Xuan was baffled by Yuan's sudden disappearance. However, before they could think too much about the situation, like some kind of phenomenon, both Elder Xuan and Elder Shan suddenly stopped caring about the matter. New novel chapters are published on lightnovelpub.com. I'm going to cultivate. If you even dare to try anything funny, I'll make you regret it. Elder Shan said to Elder Xuan as she sat on the bed in the lotus position and closed her eyes. Elder Xuan shook his head and said, "My wife may be dead, but my loyalty for her remains unwavering. I would never do anything to betray her in heaven." He then sat on the bed in the opposite direction and also closed his eyes to cultivate. Elder Shan did not say anything and remained silent. Meanwhile, after dinner was served, Yuan cleared his mind before he began to cultivate. However, to his surprise, he was unable to clear his mind as the sound of the Zither Goddess's music lingered inside his head. Zither Goddess. For some reason, Yuan could feel his heart beating faster when he recalled Zither Goddess's flawless appearance, who was, without doubt, one of the most beautiful women he has ever seen in his life, with the mysterious beauty during his character evaluation being another flawless beauty. However, even though the beauty during the character evaluation was very beautiful, Yuan didn't feel any different after meeting her, unlike the Zither Goddess, who would cause his heart to flutter whenever the image of her face appears inside his mind. What is this indescribable feeling? Yuan couldn't help but feel a little worried, wondering if there was something wrong with his body, or even worse, his heart. I cannot cultivate while my mind is like this. I should get some sleep. Yuan sighed inwardly before giving up cultivation for the night. Of course, it was still difficult for Yuan to fall asleep, as Zither Goddess's beautiful face and gentle smile would remain in his head, and refuse to leave for pretty much half of the night. And even when Yuan managed to fall asleep after much difficulty, Zither Goddess would still show up in his dream to play the zither with him until he was woken up by Yuru for breakfast. Chapter 195, Qi Manifestation. What a weird dream, Yuan thought to himself after waking up. However, for some reason, he felt a little bit sad that he'd woken up, almost like he wanted to continue dreaming and playing the zither with Zither Goddess. I wonder if I'll be able to play the zither with the real person if I go to the upper heavens. Yuan sighed inwardly, feeling a strong desire to meet Zither Goddess. After breakfast, Yuru said, "Brother, the zither competition is tomorrow, right?" "Yes, that's right. Are you making your way to the location yet?" "I'm already there. We arrived yesterday." "I see, by the way. I need some help getting out of the city. I haven't logged in since we last played together, but my permit will have long expired when I log in next time, and I don't want to be punished for staying longer than I was permitted," Yuru said. "Oh, right. I had forgotten about that," Yuan mumbled. And then he said, "Don't worry. I'll send Fei over to help you when you decide to log in. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. Okay, thank you." Sometime later, Yuan returned to the game. "Welcome back, Disciple Yuan." Elder Shan opened her eyes the moment she felt Yuan's presence suddenly appear in the room. "I am back, Senior Shan." Right as Yuan opened his mouth, Elder Shan suddenly reached for his arms before pulling him onto the bed. "Is Senor Shan?" Yuan spoke in a startled voice when Elder Shan suddenly embraced him on the bed, treating him like some sort of pillow. "How could you let a beautiful young woman like me stay in the same room as some old man for the entire night? It's like you don't care at all." Elder Shan sighed out loud. Elder Xuan's eyebrows twitched at her words, and he said, "I may be older than you, but to call yourself a young woman, that'd make me a middle-aged man, no." However, Elder Shan ignored Elder Xuan's words and continued to hug Yuan's body, even wrapping her legs around his legs. This content is taken from lightnovelpub.com. What do you think, Disciple Yuan? We can stay like this for as long as you'd like. Just give me the word, Elder Shan said with an alluring smile on her face. Bonk! Before Yuan could even respond, Elder Shan felt something hard hit her head. Ah! How dare you hit me, Elder Xuan? Elder Shan shouted in a painful voice before turning to behind her. However, to her surprise, Elder Xuan was still sitting on the bed and nowhere near her with a puzzled look on his face. What do you mean? I never hit you, Elder Xuan said with a dumbfounded look on his face, yet the pain in Elder Shan's expression looked genuine. Then, who hit me just now? Are you telling me a ghost did it? Elder Shan did not believe Elder Xuan. I really don't know what you're talking about, Elder Shan. You're claiming that I'd hit you, but look at my hands, they're empty. Elder Xuan showed her his hands. Elder Shan narrowed her eyes at him. It felt like someone had hit her head with something hard and solid, but there was no way Elder Xuan could have hit her from so far away and then hide the weapon so quickly. So what happened just now? Did she imagine being hit? Did she imagine the pain? That's ridiculous, no matter how she thought about it. For more, visit lithtnopub.com. However, since there was no evidence or explanation to the situation just now, Elder Shan decided to ignore it and return to focusing on Yuan. Well, what do you think, Disciple Yuan? I can teach you a lot of things. Bonk. Ah. After being hit the second time, Elder Shan immediately turned around to look at Elder Xuan, who stared back at her with a gawking look on his face. Although he didn't see it at first, he definitely saw what happened the second time. Key manifestation. Elder Xuan mumbled in a shocked voice. What did you just say? Key manifestation? Elder Shan looked at him with a frown on her face. Elder Xuan nodded and said, I witnessed it with my own eyes just now. Someone had manifested their spiritual energy and hit your head with it. Visit lightnovelpub.com for the best novel reading experience. What? Elder Shan immediately sat up on the bed. Then she continued, How is that possible? Only cultivators at the level of Spirit Grandmaster can have the ability to manifest their spiritual energy outside their body. Why would someone like that attack me for no reason? Elder Xuan then turned to look at Yuan. Perhaps there was a Spirit Grandmaster somewhere out there protecting Yuan, and this expert didn't like what Elder Shan was doing to him. It was at this moment, unbeknownst to Elder Xuan or Yuan, a young voice suddenly resounded inside Elder Shan's head. Stop being so clingy with Brother Yuan, Xiao Hua's voice resounded, sounding a bit irritated and envious. Eh? Elder Shan turned to look at Yuan with wide eyes. Whose voice was that just now? Does Disciple Yuan have a sister at the Spirit Grandmaster level watching over him? I knew it. He's definitely from a very powerful family. Elder Shan thought to herself, feeling a little sweaty afterward. Anyway, let's go see if the other disciples are awake yet. Elder Shan then said, pretending as though everything was normal. Elder Xuan watched as Elder Shan disappeared from the room with raised eyebrows, wondering what had happened just now. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovelpub.com. He then looked at Yuan, who looked as puzzled. Sometime later, they followed Elder Shan outside. Are you girls awake yet? Elder Shan knocked on the door. A few moments later, Min Li opened the door and said, Good morning, Elder Shan, Elder Xuan, and Disciple Yuan. Where's the other two? Elder Shan asked. Min Li opened the door to show them inside the room, and both Xuan Wuhan and Fei Yuyan could be seen still sleeping in their bed. They spent most of the night talking to each other. Min Li said with a somewhat bitter smile on her face, Chapter 196, Senior Zoo. Disciple Fei, Disciple Xuan, wake up. Elder Shan walked into the room shouting their name, startling them awake. Master? What are you doing in our room? Fei Yuyan asked her with a drowsy face, clearly still half asleep. It's already morning. Aren't you going to meet with Master Zhu today? Elder Shan reminded her. Fei Yuyan's eyes widened when she noticed Yuan standing by the door, and she woke up almost instantly. I am sorry I overslept. Fei Yuan quickly got off the bed with a flushed face, feeling embarrassed to be seen in such a messy appearance by Yuan. Xuan Wuhan also got off the bed and quickly fixed her appearance. Sometime later, Elder Shan asked them, "Are you ready?" "Yes." Fei Yuan nodded. After the ladies fixed their appearances and washed their faces, they began making their way towards the Zhu family's household that took almost 2 hours of walking. As they approached the Zhu family, Yuan could hear many people playing the zither, sounding somewhat in tune with each other. For more, visit LitRPG. "Come, the Zhu family have zither lectures for those who wish to play the zither," Fei Yuan said to Yuan after noticing that his interest was piqued. "Let's go inside." A few moments later, they arrived at the gates where a young guard stood. "We're here to see Senior Zhu. We've already notified him in advance that we'll be showing up today," Fei Yuan said to the guard, who was instantly dazed by her beauty. "What is your name?" the guard asked her in a nervous voice. "Fei Yuan. I will be right back." The guard turned around and ran away, acting like a shy boy running away from his crush. A few minutes later, the guard returned with an old man wearing white robes. Follow current novels on LitNovelPub.com. "Greetings, Senior Zhu." Fei Yuan clasped her hands and bowed to him respectfully. "It's been a while, Disciple Fei." Senior Zhu nodded his head at her. He then turned to look at the two elders standing behind her and bowed to them. "Welcome to the Zhou family, fellow Taoists. Thank you for seeing us, despite being a busy man yourself, Master Zhou Elder." Xuan and Elder Shan returned his bow with their own, of course. "I wouldn't miss this chance for the world," Senior Zhou said with a smile on his face before he turned to look at Yuan, who was still wearing his black jade mask. "So you must be the one who can play my soul-ensnaring zither, huh? Can I have your name?" Senior Zhu asked him. "You can call me Yuan," he responded. "I see. Please follow me. Let's continue this somewhere more private and peaceful," Senior Zhu said as he turned around and began walking. This content is taken from LitRPG, Soul-Ensnaring Zither. "Why does this name sound so familiar?" Elder Xuan asked Elder Shan. "Soul-Ensnaring Zither, if I am correct. It used to belong to the Zither goddess before she ascended from the lower heavens, and it is also known as the cursed instrument since nobody could play it ever since she left it behind," Elder Shan explained to him. "I see, and we're here today because Disciple Yuan can apparently play it," Elder Xuan mumbled. "Why am I not even surprised?" Elder Shan said with a smile on her face. A few minutes later, they arrived at this peaceful courtyard behind the main building. "Here's the soul-ensnaring zither," Senior Zhou said as he pointed at the beautiful black zither sitting on a round jade table in the courtyard. "This instrument has been with my family ever since the Zither goddess left it behind 25,000 years ago, and it has been waiting for a new owner since then." He then turned to look at Yuan and continued with a serious expression on his face. "Young man, can you really play the soul-ensnaring zither?" Yuan nodded with a serious face. New novel chapters are published on LitNovelPub.com. Senior Zhou did not say anything else and took a step to the side, giving Yuan a clear path to the zither with clear indications. Seeing this, Yuan walked to the round jade table and took a seat in front of the soul-ensnaring zither. Although it has been less than a day since he last saw the instrument, it felt much longer has passed for Yuan. After taking a deep breath, Yuan placed his fingers on the zither and closed his eyes, recalling the song played by the zither goddess. Ting, the strings on the soul-ensnaring zither trembled, emitting a heavenly sound that instantly caused Senior Zhou's eyes to widen with shock. "He's really playing the zither!" Senior Zhu stared at Yuan's fingers and watched his flawless hand movements with a gawking expression. Very quickly, Senior Zhu, as well as everyone else that was there, became mesmerized by Yuan's zither performance. Heavens, it's only been a couple of days since I last heard his zither music, and it has already improved by leaps and bounds to the point where I cannot even compare it to his performance a few days ago, Elder Shan cried inwardly. For more, visit LitNovelPub.com. This is Disciple Yuan's zither arts? Is there anything he cannot do so perfectly? Elder Xuan sighed inwardly. Disciple Yuan, Fei Yuan stared at Yuan with a perplexed expression on her face. Although the black jade mask was blocking Yuan's face, she could still somehow see his handsome face, and the longer she stared at him, the more heated her face felt. A few minutes later, Yuan stopped playing the zither, and he turned to look at the dazed Senior Zhu. "What do you think?" Yuan decided to ask. "Do I even need to answer that question?" A bittersweet smile appeared on Senior Zhu's face. Despite having over 100 years of experience with the zither, he still felt inferior in front of Yuan, who appeared to be a very young man. If he knew that Yuan had only been playing the zither for about a week, perhaps he might even be puking out blood right now from shock. A few moments later, Senior Zhu suddenly lowered his head and said to Yuan in a sincere voice, "Thank you for letting me experience the soul ensnaring zither's brilliance, as I was convinced that I would never get to witness someone playing it properly, at least not in this life." Chapter 197, the day before the zither competition. I was told that if someone could play this zither, they would get to keep it. Is that true? Yuan asked Senior Zhu sometime later. Senior Zhu laughed out loud after seeing Yuan's eyes that were filled with anticipation, and he nodded. "Yes, that's right." Yuan immediately smiled behind the black jade mask. "However, before I can give it to you, I want to know at least the face of the person I'm giving this treasure to." Senior Zhu suddenly narrowed his eyes at Yuan, seemingly suspicious of Yuan's identity. Yuan nodded his head and removed the black jade mask without hesitation. Senior Zhu's eyes widened with surprise after seeing Yuan's handsome and young face. "He's much younger than I'd expected. A true prodigy. He's a true prodigy," Senior Zhu cried inwardly after a moment of silence. Senior Zhu nodded and said, "Very well. The soul ensnaring zither is now yours, young man." Almost instantly after Senior Zhu said those words, a couple of notifications appeared in front of Yuan. "Congratulations. You have completed the hidden quest, Zither Goddesses Abandoned, Zither. You have been rewarded with Soul Ensnaring Zither, Fame plus 50. Soul Ensnaring Zither, Rank and a description. A normal zither that turned into a unique treasure after being played by the Zither Goddess for many years. Neither a normal instrument nor a treasure." "So it's really not a treasure." Yuan was not too surprised, since Fei Yuan had already told him about it beforehand. However, it was still very shocking to know that the Zither Goddess had turned a normal instrument into a treasure just by using it to play music. "By the way, I have been wondering this, but since you're in this city at this time, do you plan on participating in the zither competition?" Senior Zhu suddenly asked him. Yuan nodded and said, "I am participating in the competition with Disciple Fei as my partner." "Is that so?" A smile appeared on Senior Zhu's face, and he said, "Well, I look forward to your performance. With your talents, I won't expect anything less than first place." "Really?" Fei Yuan's eyes flickered with excitement. After all, Senior Zhu has participated in the zither competition many times as a judge, so his judgment is highly regarded. If he says that Yuan could achieve first place, there was a very good chance that it might really happen. Senior Zhu turned to look at Fei Yuan and responded with a smile, "Of course, that is, if you also do your part as his partner. After all, this is a paired competition, not a solo." Fei Yuan nodded with a serious look on her face. "Good, then I shall see you all again tomorrow as one of the 3 judges," Senior Zhu said with a smile on his face. Sometime later, after Yuan and the others left, Senior Zhu stared at the sky and mumbled in a low voice, "At last you have found your long-awaited partner after leaving the Zhu family's household." Yuan asked Fei Yuan, "What should we do now? The competition isn't until tomorrow." "Yes, but we still have to register for it," Fei Yuan said. We still haven't registered?" Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. This content is taken from LitRPG. Normally one would register for a competition weeks, even months beforehand. Fei Yuan nodded and said, "Let's go to the place where the competition will be held." Thus, Yuan and the others began following Fei Yuan around again. Sometime later they arrived before this massive and spacious gathering area that could easily fit tens of thousands of people at once. Are everyone here participating in the competition? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice when he saw the sea of people in this area. Not even the biggest competitions he'd attended before had this many participants. Not everyone, but most of them. Since this competition requires a partner, it's only obvious that there would be more people, Fei Yuan said. Come with me. Yuan nodded and followed her to the large building at the end of the gathering hall. Hey, look over there. That's Fairy Fei from the Dragon Essence Temple. Looks like she'll be participating in this year's competition as well. Follow current novels on Licht Novel Pub Su. Wow. Wow. I still remember her performance at the last competition. I cannot wait to see how much she has improved since then. Who do you think is her partner? Could it be one of those two fairies following behind her? The people there quickly took notice of Fei Yuyan's presence, even mistaking Xuan Wuhan and Min Li as her partner for the zither competition, since there are way more females who pick up the zither than males. Meanwhile, Yuan looked around the area and the people there with a serious gaze. How many of these people here are players? He wondered inwardly as he tried to pick out those who appeared to be players. Very quickly, he noticed a group of people that stood out from the rest of the crowd with their unique hairstyles that easily gave away their identity, standing not far away. They must be players, Yuan thought to himself. A few moments later, Yuan noticed a couple more individuals there that were very likely players. Wow, there's a lot more players here than I'd expected. Yuan swallowed nervously when he realized just how many players were there. Visit Light Novel Pub. Calm for the best novel reading experience. While he feels perfectly fine being around NPCs, he would for some reason become nervous when there are players around. We've arrived at the registration area, Fei Yuyan said to them after entering the building. A few moments later, once they spotted an empty desk, they approached the worker behind the desk to register. We are from the Dragon Essence Temple, and I would like to register for the competition with my partner here, Fei Yuyan said to the worker behind the desk. Oh, Fairy Fei. Welcome back. I was beginning to wonder if you'll skip participating in this year's competition. The worker easily recognized Fei Yuyan's pretty face and continued, Give me a moment. I'll register your names right now. Chapter 198, Replica. Who is your partner, Fairy Fei? The worker asked her. Fei Yuyan pointed at Yuan, who was still wearing his black jade mask, and said, My partner is a fellow disciple, Yuan? The worker turned to look at Yuan with raised eyebrows. Her partner's a man? What a lucky bastard. The worker cursed at Yuan inwardly, feeling envious. After writing their names in a logbook, the worker handed them 2 tokens, both with the number 5163 carved into them. These tokens will indicate that your partners and your scores will be added at the end. When Yuan accepted the token, a notification appeared before him. You are now participating in Heaven and Earth Zither competition. Special event, reach top 3 to receive special rewards. Top 3, huh? Since I'm already trying to achieve 3rd place, this is perfect. Yuan smiled inwardly after seeing the notification, wondering what the game will give him for reaching the top 3. The source of this content is Light Novel Pub. Come, now that we're registered for the competition, we only need to wait for it to start. What do you want to do until then? Fei Yuyan asked Yuan afterward. I would like to go somewhere where I can play the soul ensnaring zither, Yuan responded after pondering for a moment. You want to play the zither? What about resting before the competition? Fei Yuyan looked at him with raised eyebrows. I can't help it. My hands have been itching to play the zither ever since I received the soul-ensnaring zither. Yuan sighed. What are you, an addict? Fei Yuyan shook her head with a hopeless smile on her face. Anyway, if you want to play the zither, I know a place, and you can even have an audience there. Really? Let's go. Yuan quickly agreed. Thus, Fei Yuyan left the gathering area before taking Yuan and the others to this large park in the middle of the city. However, there were already people playing music in the park. In fact, there were many different instruments being played at the same time, almost like they were competing with each other. This content is taken from lightnovelpub.com. What's going on here? Why are there so many people playing instruments here, and wouldn't it be rude to play when there's already somebody else playing? Yuan asked Fei Yuyan. Normally that'd be the case, but this place is a little special. Musicians come here to receive recognition, and it's almost like a competition for the people here to see who has the most audience. What do you get for doing such a thing anyway? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Well, it's also considered training for many people, since your concentration can be easily disturbed in this chaotic atmosphere with so many people playing at once. Getting recognition is just a bonus. I see, Yuan nodded. Just find an empty spot and try it. You might be surprised by how difficult it is to play in this place. A few moments later, Yuan took a seat before this stone table and retrieved the soul-ensnaring zither from his spatial ring. After placing it down on the stone table, Yuan took a deep breath to calm his mind and took a long minute to get used to the loud atmosphere. Meanwhile, Fei Yuan and the others took a seat nearby, patiently waiting for Yuan to start with anticipation on their faces. New novel chapters are published on LitOvalPa.com. This is nothing new for me. I have been trained to ignore my surroundings and focus solely on the instrument, even playing through a massive earthquake one time. Yuan thought to himself a few moments later, almost like there was a filter inside his mind. Yuan isolated the surrounding noises, and the only sound he could hear was his own breathing and the sound of his heart beating. King Yuan began playing the zither a moment later, instantly filling the park with heavenly zither music. When the others in this park heard this divine noise, they immediately began trying to locate where it was coming from. Who is playing this zither music? I have never heard anything this beautiful sounding before. This sounds too good to be true. I must see for myself who is producing such magical notes, even if it's the last thing I do in this life. Very quickly, everybody in the park began approaching Yuan's location, and even the other musicians in the park stopped playing their instruments to admire the music. Whoever is playing this must be a top expert. I cannot miss this chance to meet a top zither expert. Thus, even the other musicians in the park began making their way towards Yuan's location. A minute after Yuan began playing the zither, over 100 people were already gathered at his location to watch his performance. Who is that? The mask is blocking his face, so I cannot identify him. But he's definitely a man. I don't know of any male zither experts who can play the zither with such perfection, not even Master Zhu. No disrespect to him, of course. Look at the instrument he's using. Are my eyes tricking me, or is that the soul-ensnaring zither? What? The soul-ensnaring zither? That's impossible. The audience there quickly took notice of the beautiful zither Yuan was playing from, and they were in disbelief. That must be a replica. The soul-ensnaring zither cannot be played by anyone else other than the zither goddess. It has been like that for thousands of years. Nobody that is currently living in the lower heavens has ever heard the soul-ensnaring zither's sound before, so there's no way for us to tell whether that's the real one or just a fake. However, even without any evidence, I can say with confidence that soul-ensnaring zither is fake. Although the audience did not believe, even for a second, that the instrument Yuan was playing was the legendary cursed instrument. They could not question his zither arts, and they quickly ignored the instrument and returned to focusing on the music. And while everybody there was too immersed in Yuan's music to care about their surroundings, a tall and slender figure, wearing a veil over their head, suddenly appeared behind the crowd to watch the performance as well. That's definitely the real soul-ensnaring zither. But how? Just who is this person? The veiled figure wondered, feeling extremely shocked by this abnormal situation they had encountered by mere chance. Chapter 199, Veiled Figure, his movements, his aura. This person is definitely a top zither expert, and judging by his clothes, he's an outer court disciple from the Dragon Essence Temple. The veiled figure was greatly shocked by Yuan's uniform, silently wondering why he didn't join the Heavenly Melody Academy instead with his abilities. He could easily become a core disciple at the Heavenly Melody Academy, even a high-ranking sect elder. Yet he decided to join the Dragon Essence Temple that doesn't have any zither experts? What reason could have possibly led him to such a foolish decision? He's wasting his talents in that place. This veiled individual did not believe the Dragon Essence Temple deserved an excellent zither expert like Yuan, even feeling a bit envious of them. The veiled individual suddenly had the urge to go up to Yuan and tell him to leave the Dragon Essence Temple and join the Heavenly Melody Academy instead. However, when they noticed Elder Xuan and Elder Shan's presence sitting not far away, they quickly tossed out that idea. Grand Elder Xuan and Great Elder Shan, what are they doing in this place? Are they following that disciple? Perhaps even protecting him? That's ridiculous. The veiled figure has never heard of an outer court disciple needing protection from two high-ranking sect elders before until today. Some time later, Yuan finished his second song and the audience immediately exploded with cheers and clapping. Play another song, encore. Yuan was slightly startled when he looked up and saw the massive crowd clapping for him. Visit LitRPG for the best novel reading experience. Okay, I will play another song, Yuan said to them, increasing the hype. However, right as he prepared to play the third song, a tall figure wearing a veil on their head and pretty fitted red robes jumped from the back of the crowd and landed a few meters away in front of him. Who's that? The crowd stared at this newcomer with raised eyebrows. Damn, look at that figure. She's definitely a peerless beauty behind that veil. How can you tell that she's a beauty without looking at her face? There's a very high chance she's only perfect below the neck. Why else would she be wearing a veil? Shut up. I know a beauty when I see one even without looking at their faces. Meanwhile, Elder Xuan and Elder Shan narrowed their eyes at this unknown threat with great caution, preparing to defend Yuan at any moment. Although they cannot tell exactly this unknown presence's full cultivation, they were sure that she was at least a spirit grandmaster. And while they do not have the ability to fight against a spirit grandmaster, they can at least reassure Yuan's safety. This content is taken from LichtNovelPub.com. Can I help you? Yuan asked the veiled woman who had a flawless body figure after staring at her for a moment. However, the unknown lady did not respond to Yuan's question, and instead took a seat at the stone table directly beside Yuan. She then retrieved a red zither from her spatial ring and placed it on the table. This veiled lady then turned to look at Yuan and proceeded to stare at him in silence, almost like she was trying to tell him something. And even though there was a piece of cloth blocking her face, Yuan could somehow see the expression she was making and recognize that she was challenging him. Yuan nodded and said, "Whenever you're ready." The veiled lady then lifted her hands and showed him 3 of her slender fingers. A second later, she curled one of those fingers, making it 2. Yuan immediately realized that she was doing a countdown and nodded his head. On the third count, both Yuan and the veiled lady played their zither at the same time. Ting, ting. 2 beautiful yet very unique and distinct music notes appeared at the same time, almost like they were trying to outdo each other. The audience expected a chaotic scene, however, to their surprise, they quickly realized that they were able to listen to both songs simultaneously without feeling like the music was interfering with one another. How is this possible? The audience was dumbfounded, feeling like they were existing in 2 worlds at once. It was an odd phenomenon that they've never experienced before. This is... Fei Yuyan's jaw dropped to the ground when she realized what was happening, especially after witnessing the skill being displayed by the veiled lady. Although I've never personally heard her play the zither before, there's only one person I can think of that can play so perfectly. Senior Song, Sect Master of the Heavenly Melody Academy. I cannot believe it. She challenged Disciple Yuan with the zither the day before the competition. Fei Yuyan cried inwardly, her heart beating with excitement. For more, visit LitNovelPub.com. Master, I think that's Senior Song. Fei Yuyan whispered to Elder Shan, who immediately turned to look at her with wide eyes. Are you sure? What's she doing here? Challenging Disciple Yuan, no less. Elder Xuan said. Who else but Senior Song can produce such heavenly music notes? Besides Disciple Yuan, of course, Fei Yuyan said. What do you think is going to happen to the competition now? Xuan Wuhan couldn't help but ask. Who knows? Fei Yuyan shrugged. Anything can happen at this point once she realizes that Disciple Yuan is a participation in the competition. Ting. An awkward and off-sounding noise suddenly resounded in the area, causing the people to turn to look at the veiled lady who'd suddenly stopped playing the zither. The veiled lady looked at her own hands that were slightly trembling, seemingly in disbelief that she'd lost the challenge, and then she turned to look at Yuan, who was still playing the zither without a care in the world for his surroundings. It took him a single song, no, half a song to snap me out of my concentration. Just who is this zither expert, and where on earth did he come from? The veiled lady thought to herself, her interest in Yuan piqued, feeling an indescribable feeling in her heart. Follow current novels on lightnovelpoo.com, Chapter 200. Being poached in public, Yuan finished his song 2 minutes after the veiled lady stopped playing her zither, and he turned to look at her with his clear eyes afterward. That was very fun. Thank you for playing with me, Yuan said with a smile behind his mask. The veiled lady stared at Yuan's bright eyes in silence, seemingly pondering about something, and after a long moment of silence, she finally spoke for the first time in a very soothing voice. How would you like to join the Heavenly Melody Academy? Whatever position you want, you can have. Not only Yuan, but everybody there was dumbfounded by the veiled lady's sudden words that turned out to be a recruitment for the Heavenly Melody Academy. But I am already a disciple at the Dragon Essence Temple, Yuan responded in a dazed voice. The veiled lady nodded her head, and she continued in a shameless voice. I know. You can simply leave them and come to us. After all, you're definitely more suited for the Heavenly Melody Academy, where everybody is a musician. However, before Yuan could even respond, the veiled lady lifted her right hand and grabbed the red veil that was covering her face before pulling it off her head, revealing the peerless face behind it. When the people there saw this extremely beautiful woman that resembled a goddess, their eyes and mouths widened with shock. This content is taken from LitNovelPub.com. That's Senior Song. What? She was the sect master of the Heavenly Melody Academy this entire time? Does this mean that unknown zither expert had managed to defeat Senior Song, who was widely recognized as the goddess of music, in a one-on-one zither battle? This is unprecedented. She really was Senior Song. Fei Yuyan mumbled in a dazed voice. After revealing her identity to the people there, Song Linger stood up and turned to look at Elder Xuan and Elder Shan with a serious expression on her face. I have never done this before, poaching a disciple from another sect, and even in front of their sect elders and fellow disciple. What I'm doing right now will definitely tarnish my reputation, and I respect the Dragon Essence Temple's reputation, but I simply cannot allow someone so talented with the instrument to waste his time in a place where they don't even teach music. In fact, I am a little frustrated that he decided to join your sect and not mine. I hope you can understand my feelings, elders from the Dragon Essence Temple, Song Linger said to them. Elder Xuan and Elder Shan were shocked, speechless after listening to Song Linger's words. Not even in a million years could they have imagined that there would be a day where the sect master of the Heavenly Melody Academy would personally poach one of their disciples, and directly in front of them at that. However, no matter how Song Linger felt, even if she threatened them with blades on their neck, there was no way they would give up someone like Yuan. After all, his cultivation talents are equal to his music talents, if not even above that. Visit LitNovelPub.com for a better experience. I understand your feelings very well, Senior Song, but this is not something we have a say in. If you really want to continue with this conversation, then you must speak with our sect master, Elder Xuan said to her, directing all responsibility to Long Yijun, mostly because he didn't want to deal with someone like Song Linger, who was known for being stubborn and aggressive. Song Linger frowned. However, if she could poach someone like Yuan, even if she has to travel to the end of the world, it would be worth it 110%. It's fine, Senior Song. You don't have to speak with the sect master, Yuan suddenly said, and he continued. While I am grateful and humbled at the same time that you'd invite me to your sect, I don't plan on leaving the Dragon Essence Temple. Why? What's at the Dragon Essence Temple that's keeping you there? Song Linger suddenly snapped, startling everybody there. I have never seen someone as talented as you before. You don't belong in a place like the Dragon Essence Temple. You belong to the Heavenly Melody Academy, where you'll be able to really shine. If you join our sect, I can guarantee you that you'll become a world-famous musician whose name will be as prestigious, if not even more prestigious, than the Zither goddess. Hearing Songlinger's words, Yuan couldn't help but show a bittersweet smile. There are some matters in the Dragon Essence Temple that I must attend to, therefore I cannot just leave. Furthermore, I don't intend on becoming a world-famous musician, since music is only a hobby of mine, and I want to focus on cultivation more. What? Music is only a hobby? That's such a waste of your heaven-sent talents. Songlinger stared at Yuan with disbelief in her eyes. How could someone with such tremendous talents not focus on improving that specific talent? She has never seen such foolishness before. Of course, Songlinger was unaware of Yuan's godlike cultivation talents, or else she wouldn't be reacting in such a manner. This content is taken from lightnovelpub.com. I'm really sorry, but I have decided to never play the instruments seriously ever again, since I have already experienced enough of that in my life, Yuan said to her. Songlinger narrowed her eyes at Yuan, but she didn't say anything else. A moment later, she took a deep breath and released it. She then turned around and started walking away from the area. This won't be your last time seeing me, nor will I give up on trying to poach you either. I'll be sure to give a visit to the Dragon Essence Temple after this Zither competition, Songlinger said as she disappeared from the area. Once Songlinger left the scene, Elder Xuan approached Yuan and said to him, "Let's also leave before it gets any more chaotic." Yuan nodded and left the park with the others shortly later.